Nyamweya, Ubaga. Cooperatives and MSMEs Development Cabinet Secretary Wycliffe Oparanya has defended the Hustler Fund against criticism from a report by the Kenya Human Rights Commission, dismissing it as skewed, elitist and politically motivated. KHRC warned that the program is a recipe for financial failure as it lacks a sustainable plan to empower Kenyans at the bottom of the pyramid as earlier intended. In response, Oparanya accused KHRC of using flawed data and biased methodology to discredit the fund.
The facts that are there are not genuine, and the fact that you take 2 months and you take the 2 months as the music. The best way, we are 3 years old, we will be celebrating 3 years in November. In November, we are just few months away, 2 months away. It would have been better for them to come and discuss with us.
The Commission adds that the Hustler Fund cannot be improved and that the only way to save public money is to abolish it. The report shows that the fund has suffered a loss of 71.5% due to the high number of loan defaulters, which has reached 68.3%. Since November 2022, the Hustler Fund has provided loans worth more than 42 billion Kenya shillings.
It's a flawed system. It's a flawed fund. Reasons have been outlined why it is flawed and why it is therefore unsustainable. And therefore we are not asking for it to be managed prudently. We are asking for the decommissioning of this fund.
I'm wired not to bow to nonsense. So you find that that's where the problem is. You have a funeral somewhere, the president attends, or a public event. They begin making mini budgets as the president is there. We require this, we require this, we require that. And these are MPs.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki now claims that the construction of the Nithi Bridge in Tharaka Nithi County will begin sometime this week. Speaking at a Women's Development Group event in Meru County, Kindiki said the government has partnered with a Chinese company to build the bridge, a statement echoed by President William Ruto.
Ile hasara kubwa ya kupoteza maisha imeathiri sana watu wetu ya Meru County. Rais alienda kule China akatafuta pesa, mwezi kama miezi 2 imepita sasa, and we have money to build that bridge.
Hii Nithi Bridge mimi nitatengeneza. Inahitaji shilingi bilioni 7, ni pesa nyingi. Lakini juu chini, kulia na kushoto, mbele na nyuma, lazima nitengeneze hiyo bridge. Na hiyo bridge inatangazwa kesho.
Kindiki further criticized the managers of the Women's Development Group funds, saying that some of them are using it to benefit themselves.
Kuna watu wanaongea mambo ya uongo huko nje. Sisi hii pesa ambayo tunasaidia vikundi sio pesa ya kugawanya watu waende kununua kitenge, akina mama waende kununua kitenge. Hii ni pesa ya biashara. Ama namna gani? Sini mambo ya kusaidia akina mama kwa biashara, na wanasaidiwa kupitia vikundi. Na tutakuja pia kwa mambo ya vijana baadaye, na mambo ya wazee pia wako na vikundi vyao, because we want everybody to be empowered. Sio pesa ya kugawanya na kukula mikate huko kwa maduka na kunywa soda. Kwa hivyo hii ni ya kujenga jamii.
Kindiki also said the government will assist individuals who are completely unable to contribute towards a SHA.
Kwa sababu tutaendelea hivyo mpaka tuhakikishe tumebakisha wale watu kwa hakika hawawezi kulipa hata ndururu. Na hao watu ambao hawezi kulipa ndururu, serikali ya Kenya itawalipia SHA. Bora umejiandikisha. Kama hujajiandikisha, shauri yako. Ama namna gani? If you register and you are not able to pay, the government of Kenya will pay for you.
And in the international scene, at least 76 people were killed and dozens are missing after a boat carrying mostly Ethiopian migrants sank off Yemen. Yemeni security officials said 76 bodies had been recovered and 32 people rescued from the shipwreck in the Gulf of Aden. The UN Migration Agency said 157 people were on board. That's the news wire. I'm Ubaga.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that I hate in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust.
For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro.
I wonder.
Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
Morning, and what day are we on? It's Tuesday already, and the week is saying, I'm not waiting for anybody to get through it. 12 minutes after 6 o'clock on this 5th day of August. A very good morning to you, Mr. Dennis Aseto.
Good morning to you, Okoh. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you. Niko salama?
Salam sana, nashukuru.
Good. Okari, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Couldn't be better.
Couldn't be?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's good.
Leo tumetungaria dhahabu.
Sorry, what now?
Dhahabu.
Tumetungaria dhahabu.
Who's that?
Sema da.
The what? The.
Ha.
Ha.
Boo.
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 You said it.
Gold. Wearing gold.
See, you.
I'm just messing with you.
Clearly.
The hub is gold.
Oh, I did not know this.
Oh, yes. The hub is gold. Silver is? Aseto? Silver.
Almasi, no?
Huh?
I don't know.
Almasi?
Shaba.
So gold, silver, bronze. So what is bronze?
Okay, what is silver?
I know Shaba is bronze.
What is silver?
Yeah, that one, man. Yeah.
Raniar, what is silver in Kiswahili? Don't know. What is gold?
Even Raniar doesn't know.
Even Raniar doesn't know.
Do you know gold? What is gold? Bronze. Even bronze he doesn't know.
Okay,
so what is
then
silver?
Okari, tell us what is silver in Kiswahili?
I don't know.
You know you're not serious, I'll be sure you know.
Messing with y'all. How's your Tuesday?
Well, let's see. We start. This thing is talking to us. It shouldn't be talking to us. Let's and there we go. Very, very good morning, everybody, and getting into Tuesday proper. It's Tuesday, and Evie is here. Man, she brings another energy in the morning. I'm just like, what?
She's like a ball of energy, eh?
Let me tell you, Evie is very good for my ego. This ego of mine. You guys should have a talk or two with Evie.
You need like energy early in the morning.
You will not come out the same.
And you're listening to reggae.
Yes, I was listening to reggae this morning.
So reggae plus EVE.
Combined. Combination. What?
Plus other things.
Wagwan.
Hey.
Combination.
EVE, they don't understand. Is she even there? She's busy doing things. I was listening to reggae this morning. I was my music, my tastes, I have different. Is the word eclectic? That's the word.
This is very strange. One morning you can listen to is it R&B or is it gospel? Then reggae. Then
As a true music person, I can listen to many kinds, genres of music. I do.
You know, many years ago, when I was a radio host somewhere in Mombasa, I used to open the show with very high energy music, rap, hip hop, the old school. So one day, I decided we're opening 6 a.m. with it's a song by Kelly's, I Hate You Right Now. You know the song?
I hate you right now. Head banging. Yeah.
Someone called and said, "Who hurt you?"
Yeah.
How do you start? So it didn't hit me. So you're thinking it's just energy, but kumbe. The message was something else. Yes. Yes.
Well.
So high energy, does it go with the message?
What was I listening to this morning? What song was I listening to this morning? Oh God, can I remember?
Tell us.
Just some reggae song.
It was Lady in Red. It was done again by who did it? It was a cover. It was done by good grief, can I remember? Busy Signal.
Oh, okay.
Never mind. Moving on. Sour. This is the Situation Room. Good morning. It's Kenya's biggest conversation on this 5th of August. It's Tuesday and we're getting into it this morning. Ndu, Dennis and Dennis. DND, Dennis, Ndu and Dennis with you this morning. Ooh, I need to sneeze. Don't you just hate that when you need to sneeze and then it goes away?
Snatch gratification.
Yeah, it has refused.
It's the brain doing something.
Okay.
It's releasing gas, so it's not coming. It will come out.
It will come at some point. Maybe when I'm in the middle of a very important point. Yeah. Anyway, so here we are. Getting into the conversations for this morning. Our live streams are up. Thank you for joining us. And we'll get into it this morning. Also, good morning, our audience on KTN, as we get into conversations this morning that we need to have, uncomfortable or not. Let's let you know some of those and what they will be as we get into it this morning. So, the Devolution conference kicks off, right? And let's start with our final conversation rather the middle of a conversation. The state of devolution. The CEO of the Council of Governors is Mary Mwiti. She'll join us at 8 o'clock and we'll be talking about the state of devolution. Now, since 2013 is when devolution was established, or rather entrenched in Kenya. 12 years into the 13th year now. Has it achieved what it was meant to achieve? Are we seeing that governors and their deputies are doing what they need to do for the county system, which came into place under devolution? We'll have that conversation at 8. Before that, we'll talk with Peterson Washira. Apparently, there is the Patient Safety Bill 2025, and we're going to be unpacking that. Are we talking into regulation or are we looking into redundancy? He's the national chair of the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers. We'll be looking at this bill and what it actually portends for health when many things seem to be happening at the same time. 2 senators join us. One from the county of Murang'a. His name is Joe Nyutu. The other one is from the county of Nandi. His name is Samson Chirarge. They join us at 9 o'clock and we'll be looking into political goodwill, donations or empowerment. What does it actually mean? They swore to continue until 2027 and beyond, empowering, as it were, as we go through the country. What does it actually mean? Let's have conversations around that at 9 o'clock. So we'll kick off with the issues around health at 7, and we'll look into devolution at 8, and then we'll look into economic empowerment with 2 senators at 9. Those are the conversations we'll have this morning, and we'll get into it proper. Dennis, you took us to South Africa.
Yeah. Now let's talk about South Africa, especially on its history. The apartheid era, the institutional racial segregation that lasted from 1948 to 1994. If you look at what apartheid did to South Africa, even today, just talking about it in the streets of South Africa, it's a sad moment. I once met a lady from South Africa, and she was just giving me the story as told by the parents, and she can't help but every time break down based off the atrocities that are committed to South Africans by the Boers at the time. And now we have democracy. Now in 1994 is when South Africa first elected the first black president, Nelson Mandela, and the role he played in what South Africa is today.
But now, interestingly, you go to South Africa in places like Johannesburg, you literally don't feel safe.
Yeah.
you're an African, but you're not feeling safe with another fellow African.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that a country that fought so hard to gain African rule is the one again that is huge, especially in the continent, on xenophobia. And you know what that did, especially to Zimbabweans who were burnt alive, their businesses torched, and literally ejected from the country. I actually have a friend. I used to work with her, and the aunt disappeared during that time, never to be seen again. So we keep hoping that perhaps maybe she's alive. You know, but that's the story of South Africa. But let's go to the proverb that comes from South Africa. If you forget yesterday's tears, you will cry again. If you forget yesterday's tears, you will cry again. How would you interpret that?
Wow. Oh, snap. I guess you don't really forget pain from the past. And if you do, there will be something to remind you. But then also, I guess, maybe even deeper than that, is that there will always be something to weep over. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a negative thing. Tears of pain, tears of joy, they're tears. If you forget about them, I guess maybe in this context it's looking into sorrow. But there's always a painful reminder. There's always something that will come back to remind you about that position. Like, don't forget where you've come from, I guess.
Yeah.
Not really fluent with that this morning.
Who is it that say choices have consequences?
Some guy.
What's up? Is that?
My take on the proverb, if you forget yesterday's tears, you'll cry again, right? For me, it speaks to generally life, in the sense that if you forget yesterday's lessons, then you will go through it again. You know, life teaches you. They say life is in phases. But what is in phases is that caprice. So in every season, there's always a lesson to learn. Like the way a farmer goes to the field to plant, you always learn your field. You always learn the right seeds to plant. If you don't, your soil is not good and you plant the right seed, you will not get a harvest. So there's a lesson to learn there. So for me, it speaks of issues of life. Like you go through something, whether it's painful, whether it's a great experience, you take lessons from those experiences. And if you don't take mental notes, especially if it is bad lessons, then you will be bound to repeat the same mistakes again. And you will cry again. So you learn from your past.
True.
Yeah.
Pretty much that's it.
Yep. You learn from your past. You definitely do. Okay, I can see that people are in the room this morning, already in the house. Karibuni sana, and already greetings to you. Don's first question, saying hi, of course, and then asking questions and saying, good morning, and Ndu, has capitation been sent to schools? Okay, so for second term, so not in completion, a part of capitation has been sent. But we're looking at about 7,000 shillings per child having not been sent to school just yet. Okay, so that's what we're looking at, so that it's not complete. We don't know if it will be. We'll see what happens in the third term. But we already know that is not complete yet. About 7,000 bob, give or take. And you want to do that calculation with the number of children that you have at school going in different categories at the moment. So how are you and the Dennises going on? How are you?
Good.
Okay.
Salam sana.
Aseto, how much has been displayed now in the empowerment program around the country?
It's in the billions. Last I checked, it was around 2 billion. And counting.
Yeah. Lakini hakuna pesa ya nini?
A capitation. Ulisikia wapi?
Sawa basi. Just asking. All right. Good morning to you. Peter Kiare tuned in this morning as well and says, good morning from Mombasa. A simple rule in life: if you wouldn't like it done to you, don't do it to others. Michael Olande says, bonjour mes amis. Bonjour mon ami. Salut, ça va? Robert Mbogo is tuning from Mombasa. Francis Nyaururi is tuned in this morning. Desmond Otis, you seem to be picking a bone with Edwin Sifuna this morning. Okay, well, good morning to you. Monica Oile is tuned in and says, good morning, Spices. We love you. Well, we love you too, Monica. Good morning, Linus Gitonga. Desmond says bonjour, bonjour. James Dan says good morning from Babadogo. Man P is tuned in on Tuesday from Austin. I love it that you guys are awake at this time because we're looking at around about 10 p.m. In most parts of the continental US. And so folks who are still awake, joining us to start the show, we love it. Thank you. Stephen Wasonga says good morning from Ngia in Siaya. Georgia Demo is tuned in listening from Rongo. You cannot stop ideas that its time has come. That's very true. Chris Maura says good morning. Kuri Sami tuned in from Titoande. I love that little town. You know, kind of like when you're just going through. It's literally enough to be fascinating and, you know, large enough to be recognized. Anyway, small places I've been around Kenya just really interest me and intrigue me. Leo says good morning, Ndu, Aseto and Dennis. Now Kenya has 42 new millionaires. Is indeed, you guys, the president gave the money. They received the money yesterday morning. The team received it, so you know that's great. Tindo, it's great. Okay. Hisa Daniel says, hi team, good morning from Uganda, Nikondani. Dr. Venvik, salam alaikum kutoka today, Mombasa. Good morning to you. Festus Mulu says, good morning, Team Spice. Eric Awar is tuned in this morning. Tibbs Muge, we see you. Good morning. Who's giving who, what, and why? Where is public participation on the deal contract? Well, these are good questions, always. Isaac Dorito is tuned in from Luxembourg and says, good morning, my Spice family, all the best. Pulsative says, good morning. Who? Jumbo from Jamaica. John Gishuki says good morning. Hi Ndu, hi Dennis 1 and 2, 1 and A.
Hello.
2 and
Salam
B.
sana.
Hi Spice community set for the show. Fantastic. John Karibu. Iregiwa Johi says good morning. Give us the dose. Tumeleta. Full. I love you too. Ndu without an O and an H is spelled NDU. So, you know, let's use that spelling this morning, shall we? Okay. Thank you so much. King Dave says silver is feather.
Feather, yes.
Yes. Silver is feather.
Yeah, I know.
So you were just doing us anyhow?
I was just telling you guys, I was just messing with you.
Feather.
I'm not doing it.
Dahabu feather shaba.
Almasi.
Dahabu feather shaba.
What is almasi?
Diamond.
Okay.
Sorry, boss. I don't know.
Yeah. Almasi wa roho yangu. Hey.
These are the things he was telling people when he was warm over the weekend. You see, now we have seen you. Joe Awori says, good morning, DND. Just keep it moving. Kwandege tuko Dakas. Where is Dakas?
Dakas. Dakas. Tuko ndani. We are here. We are inside.
Oh, we are inside. Fantastic. Festus Mulu says, good morning. Mane. Antonina Kihika, good morning to you. Wagwan Spice, I love it. Revolutionary Journalist Family, Asante. Big up, Unu Self. Good morning, Kimathin Kruma McConnell. Good morning to you. Jambo Wadao says, Young Jedi, tuned in this morning. Another day for insightful conversations. Now Apenda Bure. Keep warm and stay safe. Thank you so much, Young Jedi. I really want to know your name, Young Jedi, because I have a feeling your parents did not name you Young Jedi, but we want to know your name. We have insisted. Public participation has carried out and we have insisted. Good morning, Spices. Sikumob Sana and Jogo Monica, how are you? Nakuru Tupo site, good to have you here. Pulsative says reggae girl. Yeah, I kind of am a reggae girl inside there. Jamaica adore you. Asante Sana. Rogers Lie, salams from Spice. Team Spice from Mombasani to Locked. Busy signal, yes. Ken Kagai says, good morning, Spices. Thanks for the energy. Only way to start the day. Absolutely. Grace Omolo, good morning. Tuned in from Nakuru. There's a blackout since last evening. What's going on? Mohammed Noor, good morning from Guangzhou in China. Ndu and crew, good morning, Mohammed. Good to have you. Carol Nyambura Natupenda Sana, good morning. Tuned in as well. Paul Ndete is tuned in. Wakudumu Watadumu. What is that? This is where you help me, D&D.
Wakudumu.
Don't know. It's okay, we keep it.
Wakudumu is to last. Something that lasts.
Ah, okay. Hussein Kelvin says, good morning, locked in from Naivasha. You want us to bring Dendenyoro. EVE is working on it. Daniel Andama says, good morning, D&D. Thika Road people, Tuko Salama. My spectacles, they look like butterflies. Yes, I've been told. That's another one of my favorite animals. It's not an animal. Is a butterfly an animal?
Yeah.
It is. Okay.
Just an insect, but still an animal.
It's not an animal. Natural sciences, I forgot about them. Anyway, Bwangi Juma says good morning. Mumkaje, tumemuka salama kabisa. Greetings from Memphis, says Engineer Karaoke. Yes, we're looking at the headline of the Standard this morning. We'll tell you the details about that. It looks like Jogo House is not crowing. Get it? Joe Mungai says, good morning, Spice Lords and Lady. Kenya must rise up. Indeed, it must. Good morning to you. Christina A., good morning. Samuel Jaroge tuned in. Ndu and two Dennises. The Habu Feather Shaba. Exactly. Jabbo Murio, good morning. Tibbs Muge, you said, is there an update on Shakahola? We'll be talking about it a little bit more this Thursday, actually. Sunflower, good morning to you. Hope we are all fine. We are. You are asking, what business can you start with 350 shillings or 750 shillings? That's a good question. We'll look into that at 9 o'clock. Tuned in from the UK is Ambassador Zia Bejan. The Nairobi, good morning to you, Sai. One term is for the crazy. Oh, really? Okay. David Mangera says, good morning, Spice FM, the Situation Room. Good morning to you. Jimmy Gatio says, good morning. Kila kitu nione. William Kamau says, Undu, I like the way you say ateke. Good morning, Spice Trio. I tell what? General Isam Athenka, we see you. Ben Carson tuned in this morning. Hey, so many people are in the room this morning. Quick. Abbas Adela, good morning. Lepog says, good morning. Tuned in from the heart of Wagga Wagga in New South Wales, Australia, in the land down under. Ndu is surrounded by handsome guys. You see now, they've woken up. They have woken up. Before, I don't know where they had gone. Now they heard somebody said something.
That's why we say Nigodmaze.
And then there's Raniar. Have you guys seen Raniar inside there? I'm telling you.
You're also standing. Young man.
Always, he's standing up. Young man. Can you imagine? He's standing in your presence. Surely. Respect.
Show respect to your elders.
To your elder handsome.
Put respect. Put some respect on the
Hey, Nish Nash, you will not allow us to rest to Nish, because you know now we'll not hear the end of this one today. Right? Nyaundi Brian is tuned in as well. Sang Abrams tuned in as well. One love from Australia. Good morning from Nairobi, says Ramtula Omar. And Sami Mwalili tuned in from Gong. The cold must be crazy in Gong this morning, but you've come in all the same, so we're very happy to have you in the room. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being in the Situation Room today. Karibuni sana. Okay, so at this point, we're going to look into the headlines, and we'll start with Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Joggo House Wars, it's what's on the headline. And according to this one, a silent but escalating power struggle is paralyzing the Ministry of Education, where Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba is being openly contradicted by his two principal secretaries who seem too powerful. From fee guidelines to ghost schools and curriculum policy, the confusion is deepening, leaving parents, students and MPs questioning who really controls the education agenda. Yeah, there seems to be a bit of an issue there. We'll look into that story. We also saw that the CS for SMEs and cooperatives yesterday, MSMEs, did a presser, and the questions about what's going on with the Hustler Fund. It seems to be in an economic sinkhole with quite a lot in terms of debt. Speaking of debt, 65 billion shillings debt cripples the health fund. This one that is going to deliver universal health care to every Kenyan seems to have an issue. National music festivals kick off in Meru, and we look at a couple more headlines where varsities VCs protest course fee cuts as debt soars to 85 billion shillings. Well, you guys, it's not looking good, because now it looks as though there's debt everywhere in the public sector that's essentially supposed to provide services to Kenyans. And today, actually, into the Financial Standard, which is the pullout in the paper, study reveals how banks lose billions to fraud, but they never really talk about it in the open, because you know, you can imagine what it does for the public relations of that particular institution. All right, Kenyan fans get taste of true international football tournament, and we see some more matches for the ongoing Chan played yesterday, and then getting into the day today. Is it the 5th of August? It is. More matches take place around the region. All right.
Yeah, so let's go to the Daily Nation, and in the middle of the paper, State House spy software dealer's passport revoked now. Kenyan Canadian Mary Washuka, who has sued 4 senior government officials, including the head of public service and the president's speechwriter, over a botched 123 million shillings spyware deal has protested that authorities have cancelled her Kenyan passport. She has linked the action to the high-stakes suit, alleging an attempt to arm twist her into dropping her claim. We also have matters to do with health, where SHIF abandons failed system after uproar. SHIF. The Social Health Insurance Fund will reintroduce biometric identification of patients to replace the troubled one-time password system blamed for the delays. How much again did we invest into SHA? Billions of shillings, including the identification mechanisms in the insurance platform. But then again, one has failed, so they're looking on how to fix the problem. Now, tycoons buying into 45 billion shillings driving licenses contract. Now, well-connected individuals have secured a stake in a company at the center of a 45 billion shillings smart driving license project, raising fresh concerns over the growing footprint of politically connected individuals in lucrative public-private partnership ventures. We also have our children singing games and as they excite audience at the ongoing music festival that is taking place in Meru. And Third Force presents a big test for Ruto and Gachagua. Now, the proposed Kenya Moja alliance that brings together politicians rebelling from President Ruto, Raila Odinga and Rigathi Gachagua's camps is expected to complicate the political landscape ahead of the 2027 general elections. In Kenya, they say after the elections, you start doing what? Campaigning for the next elections. Are you shocked? No.
No, please.
Okari.
So, let's look at the Star. The headline, Audit unearths payslip crisis in public sector. Picture there of Nancy Githongo, Auditor General of Kenya, with a list of institutions and the number of staffs that have been affected. So there's an alarm sounded as employees go home empty-handed. Parental consent policies fueling teen pregnancies. So the overbearing need for parental consent by adolescent girls before accessing contraceptives is now to blame for the increasing rate of teen pregnancies and sexually related infections amid rising early sexual exposure among the young demographics, a new report says. There's a story there. Justice at last for a girl 8 defiled by 65-year-old man. He took advantage of mother's absence. Judges find evidence very, very strong. That story of the audit, unearthing payslip crisis in public sector. It's a national crisis that's unfolding in the public service, with tens of thousands of government workers taking home less than a third of their gross pay in blatant breach of the law. The crisis has been triggered by President William Ruto's aggressive revenue-raising measures, including the pay-as-you-earn, housing levy, and deductions to the newly established Social Health Authority. The result has been a massive raid on workers' pay slips, leaving many with dangerously depleted earnings. So Nancy Githongo lays bare the scale of the problem in state corporations. No fewer than 3,800 employees took home less than one-third of their salary in 2024, but this is just a tip of the iceberg. Earlier reports revealed an even graver situation across the broader government, particularly in the security and interior sectors. At least 47,300 workers had deductions that exceeded legal limits, with police officers the hardest hit. Story goes on and on and on and on. Political baggage weighs down opposition as 2027 bid against Ruto. So question of flag bearer, tribal politics, and lack of charisma undermining efforts in that political baggage, which is a mix of internal issues. That story on page 7. Unga, eggs, milk prices to go up on higher packaging costs.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I remember a few weeks ago when we were discussing the finance bill, these came up that, okay, what we're going then to see is the cost is going to be passed down to the consumer through these avenues. And now, other packaged goods, including tea, coffee, exports, also to be impacted. So Kenyans should brace for a price increase in flour, eggs, and cartoned goods after the 2025 Finance Act introduced a number of taxes and levies on the raw component used in manufacturing of packaging materials. Tuliambiwa
hatukusikia ama walipinga
hapo sasa. Kome hapo kwa sasa.
Yeah.
See, I tell you guys this story. How apparently in Jogo House, people are locking horns, turf wars, and you wonder, first of all, Jogo House obviously is Ministry of Education, and when you think about the ministry in terms of what it's supposed to be doing, in terms of delivering the framework for which then education then will be activated around the country. The education sector is sinking in a deep maze of confusion as the top leadership, cabinet secretary, and his two principal secretaries speak at cross purposes. Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba appears increasingly sidelined by his two principal secretaries, just for purposes of clarity. See, the boss is the CS, and the PSs are under him, right? I'm asking a question.
That's how formally the structure is like.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving along. In the ensuing quiet power struggle playing out at the Ministry of Education, this seems to not be the case. Ogamba, Basic Education PS Julius Bitok, and University Education PS Beatrice Nyangala both seem to be pulling in different directions, creating confusion and undermining the critical sector. This has left parents, teachers, and university students and other education stakeholders in confusion as they get conflicting communication from the ministry top leadership in what is shaping into turf wars. And the fights have now drawn the ire of MPs who have called the ministry leadership into order. Luanda Member of Parliament Dick Maungu last week warned that PSs must remember they serve under a CS and not the other way round, just in case you forgot. We cannot have PSs that are acting as though they are bigger than the CSs. The PS, Julius Bitok, should have been here. Where's your PS? He's asking now, Ogamba, when he appeared before the National Assembly Education Committee. The 31st session was chaired by Eve Obara and the Kabondo Kasipul MP. Even though CS Ogamba explained that the committee's invite had only been addressed to him, and as such the PS was not obliged to attend, his frustrations were evident. Ogamba further explained that Professor Bitok was attending a performance appraisal meeting, the deadline of which fell on the same day. The CS was accompanied by dozens of other top ministry officials and agency heads. The absence of the PS raised eyebrows among lawmakers who questioned the apparent disjointedness in the ministry's leadership. MPs expressed concern that principal secretaries are increasingly acting with autonomy, often overshadowing the cabinet secretary. But that was a week ago. Today, they seem to be speaking from different scripts. Allow me just to say a little bit more. The discord surfaced this time over the revised university fee guidelines. Nyangala had directed that the changes take effect from 1st September, while CS Ogamba announced an earlier date of August 15th. In a circular dated 30th July, PS Nyangala directed that tuition fees be reduced by between 15 to 40% for both continuing and new students, with implementation beginning on the 1st of September. This is what the circular said. Ogamba then, however, said before that they should start on the 15th. Ogamba said, "We have not entered the new fees in the portal. In fact, I said it will be effective from the 15th of August, explaining that the ministry was still synchronizing its figures to be reflected on university portals before publishing them." Now, vice chancellors, as can be imagined, they spoke to the Standard and said that the impact of the turf wars at Jogo House is creeping into institutions of higher learning. According to a VC of a public university held for now, it is true that there is a problem at the ministry and the top leaders do not seem to be speaking from the same page. In most cases, even the stakeholders are not consulted and decisions made from one office seems not to be endorsed by another. And then one would ask, what are the far-reaching effects of this? Is it something that you can talk about within, amongst yourselves? Okay, so 15th August to 1st of September is 2 weeks. Can we do something about that? Or what it seems to me is that you're not talking to each other. And I guess this is one of the bane, actually of public service. And it's been said that before, that ministries and departments that literally are down the hall from each other don't speak to each other. But they're having conversations out there, but it's then clear that this thing that we're now splashing a headline about is a 10-minute conversation that somebody can actually say, okay guys, what can we actually do? So why have this little conflict that can brew into something bigger, which is, in my view, absolutely unnecessary? It just seems to me like it's a conversation and maybe not as serious as we make it out to be. I think there are deeper issues here at the Ministry of Education, especially when you have ghost schools and ghost students, when you have capitation that is incomplete, when you're having conversations around reduction of university fees, and the next page of this story talks about universities that are 85 billion shillings in debt. I think those are the issues that they should be sitting around a table discussing, and not whether you're my superior or not. It's clear. It's clear who's the superior here. Those are conversations that need to be had.
It is clear on paper, though.
Yeah.
It's clear on paper.
There's political here.
There's a Swahili saying, "Fahaliwa pigana, nyasi humia." So you see the ripple effect of this boardroom wars, and the people affected. You're looking at the universities affected. You're looking at all the schools affected, while at the top, very top, all these heads are fighting. But this is not the first time this is happening.
No.
And actually, in the current government, it's not the only ministry that's affected by this. This has happened, and it was widely reported in the Ministry of Health before Aden Duale took over. And there was the issue of who is actually in charge, because all the top officials were speaking from different scripts. And we take a step back, and we need to then understand the formation of this appointments. Conversations of shareholding and all that. So here's the thing. The elephant in the room is, who is the appointing authority? Who appointed who where? So the president appoints, exactly. But in the political party rearrangement or arrangement,
it's a cake.
The three of us, let's just pull back and let's just take this as an example. So let's assume you are the president, right?
All right, that's a good assumption.
You're the president.
Let's go.
Aseto is Kindiki.
Mr. 30%.
You are the deputy president.
Your Excellency, sir.
Your Excellency. And you're Mr. 30%?
Me,
Prime Cabinet Secretary.
Yeah, maybe Prime. It's not a good example, but I'll go with that. So the thing is, we come together, we're like, hey, look, you've brought in some numbers, I've brought in some numbers. So let's look at the ministries. So we have the Ministry of Education. Let's look at this example. So Ministry of Education, you as the president will decide, you know what, me, I'm going with Ogamba. Okay, that's my nominee.
That's my guy.
And then Aseto as the deputy president will say, me, I also have my person, and my person who's going to be the PS is going to be
my person.
Yes, your person. Me, I'll also come with a name, and I'll say, me, I think for PS, I want
high
to.
learning.
Yes, this is my nominee. All right. So the list is taken to Parliament for approval. So in Parliament, whether they have an idea or not, the point is, Pitisha Imagina. So these three individuals don't necessarily know each other from the point of we've been appointed by the same person. All they know is Mimi Nileto na Aseto. The other person knows Mimi Nileto na nani na Okari. And this other one knows Mimi, I was appointed and I was actually called by His Excellency, the president. In this case, it's Ndu Okoh. You're the one who called. So then we meet in the office in the ministry. Guess what happens?
There's no concert.
We will lock horns.
Absolutely.
It's a game of egos.
Yeah.
So it is because my brief.
Yes.
My brief. Because remember, when you have these wars, mali kuna vita kuna pesa.
Of
Exactly.
course. The Ministry of Education has a lot of money. It's not just policy formulation.
700 billion.
Yes. And so in this case is when I've appointed my nominee, I'm expecting something. So you figure out how you're going to handle this. But for your nomination, I had to negotiate really, really hard. So I expect something either at the end of the month. You must deliver.
So you see.
And so what happens? So you will read from different scripts. Why? Because you're getting your briefs from three different individuals. Perhaps.
So your boss is the person essentially who brought you in.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
And that's exactly what's happening in many of these ministries. It's just a game of egos and who holds your brief.
Yeah, it's like you're playing Monopoly with a country.
And at the end of the day, like I said, Pigana, so the ripple effect of all this, or the trickle-down effect of these boardroom wars, is then you end up having a lot of confusion. Going all the way to the very small primary school in some village somewhere. And we've had these discussions here before. Who speaks on behalf of who? We seem to be in a situation where, and I call it organized chaos, because everyone is speaking. Everyone is steering at the same time. So you see that same confusion in Parliament.
But you see, I think it's what they learnt as well from the top, because remember, immediately the government was formed. Remember who was actually playing the roles of deputy president, especially with the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, who was seen to be doing what the then Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua ought to have been doing, representing the President in functions that ordinarily would have been the Deputy President then doing that. So if you look at what Parliament is doing or Cabinet Secretary is doing, I mean, it's just learning from the top. Are you surprised? No.
Well, all right.
Senior life. So, there is this thing called Hustler Fund.
Okay.
Did you ever try to apply for that thing, Okari?
Actually, yesterday, I asked my brother-in-law, was asking in the house, how do you apply for this thing, by the way? And it was, this is how you do, is it *254# or something? Then you have to register. And I got to the point of register, and then there was a point it was asking for my PIN number. I was like, no, I don't trust you all with my PIN number.
Wow. You don't trust the people who gave you the PIN number with your PIN number. All right.
Yeah, that's where I stopped. I just wanted to see, how does this thing work? How much do you access actually?
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about Hustler Fund and just what it's all about. Now, a new report by a watchdog has issued a damning verdict on the Hustler Fund, labeling it as a structurally flawed, economically unsound and politically motivated initiative that has failed to empower the citizens it was meant to uplift. Now, the report by the Kenya Human Rights Commission, which recommended that the fund be decommissioned, established that the fund has failed to deliver on its mission. The evidence presented in this study leads to a singular and inescapable conclusion that the Hustler Fund has failed and should be scrapped. Despite political rhetoric and publicized success stories, the fund has neither pushed for financial inclusion nor provided meaningful economic empowerment to its targeted demographic. Now, however, in a quick rejoinder, the government strongly defended its flagship project, terming the report a malice and saying they were never given a chance to give clarity on the issues raised. Launched with much fanfare on November 30th, 2022 as a flagship policy on the Kenya Kwanza administration, the fund aimed to democratize access to credit for low-income Kenyans and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. But almost 2 years later, the report titled Failing the Hustlers concludes that the fund has instead turned into what it calls an economic sinkhole and urges that it be scrapped altogether.
Okay, scrapped altogether. So where does the money go? Remember, the initial amount was 50 billion shillings. Did Kenyans borrow 50 billion shillings? My question is simple. If all of that has been expended in terms of money, having been given out in by way of loans, how many people have borrowed? How many people have repaid? What is the interest that they've accrued from it? Remember that they said if you borrow, you also, something of that money goes towards your savings.
Yes.
So if they scrap the whole thing, what happens to people who've kept some kind of money for savings?
Yes.
What happens to that money? Who actually borrowed from the Hustler Fund, you guys?
Yes.
What is your limit when you borrow?
And how does it get to increase? And what's the repayment rate? You know, so these are the questions that are being asked. And, you know, like even today, if you ask the government in terms of who is even operating this fund, who is the account that holds this fund and disseminates it to Kenyans, there has never been any clear information on how Hustler Fund operates.
In terms of implementation metrics, there was no law that then enabled the administration of this fund then to be established. Because you can't just have, we have a Hustler Fund, we need a CEO. No. It needed to be done through the proper channels, and there was an issue about how that was done in the first place. So my question is still, and I don't know if you guys see where I'm going with this, 10 billion shillings essentially. They're saying, is hanging around having not been paid. Okay, that's great. Where did the 40 billion go? Who actually borrowed this 40 billion? Who?
So
is it the Kenyans who your limit is 500 shillings and when you return the money you get it, and then you say, now we've increased your limit. Then you think, fantastic, I can start my business with, maybe they'll give me 100k. You borrow, it is now 700 shillings
or 550.
Yeah.
those are not the people that we're talking about that have borrowed this 10.9 billion shillings.
So according to evidence, has further shown that there has been a significant misallocation of public funds via the Hustler Fund with a default rate of 68%. 68.3% and a net loss of 71.5% and an opaque governance structure flagged by the Auditor General's report.
Default rate of how much?
Default rate of 71.5%. Default rate is 68.3% and net loss of 71.5%.
You know, this is one of those situations where you have a transparency black hole.
Yep.
And because you can't oversight clearly in terms of, let's look at the management of the Hustler Fund first of all, and we also think through the institutional oversight, what mechanisms are in place, like Ndu is asking, who exactly borrowed. So you have a default rate of 68.3.
Yeah.
If you're running a business, just think of running a business, because this is money. This is money. And in essence, what you're doing then, you're actually allowing borrowers to get the money, access the funds, but then they need to repay. So if you're looking at a situation where you're running this as a business, because I don't think that's how this thing is being run, 68.3%, you actually close shop.
So that means if you have, say, if your working capital is 10 shillings, that means almost 7 shillings is lost.
Is lost.
So you have 3 shillings to operate with. Funga duka enda home. Yeah. You know, because we're also talking about default. Now add that plus the net loss of 71.5%. So, where? Okay.
You guys, the fund was set up in November 2022 by President Ruto with a seed capital of 50 billion, like we established already. Now, listen to this. Its intention was to repair credit records of individuals, particularly owners of small businesses, who had been negatively listed and could not access formal financing. That's who this fund was for.
Yeah.
Do we find that this money that is, quote unquote, not missing was borrowed by this cadre? That's who it was essentially for. Yeah,
and then you see, if we want that information on those who had bad credit ratings, that would mean we go to the reference credit bureaus. What's their report on these individuals who had been listed before, and has their
have they actually been removed?
Improved? Is the question.
See, how this Hustler Fund is working, in my opinion, is like a revolving credit institution. But you have records, and in your records you know who borrowed and how much they borrowed. You can track the rate at which they actually repay whatever it is that they've borrowed. So when you have a default of 68.3, and the last time I checked, they're actually asking for more money.
Yes,
Hustler Fund was asking for more money. So like I said, if we don't know who these borrowers are,
this is now the third time I'll ask it. Who actually borrowed this money, you guys?
That's and the whole point.
If you start to look and ask who borrowed this money, this is not, for me, this is not some mystery or some issue that the CS is sitting and saying, actually, you know what, Kenyans, you've borrowed money, you need to return it. No, I'm telling you, if you actually look at the people who they're saying borrowed this money, 500, 700 shillings, shishi, you not go find. As in, okay, anyway, what my point...
shishi, you not go find.
I mean, look, if you actually go down that rabbit hole, you find that this money, from this 50 billion shillings, is not in the hands of these individuals that it was meant to actually help in the very beginning. Maybe we need to, I don't know if it's too late to be asking people to come clean about certain things.
True.
But I can,
pesa ni mingi nchi. Pesa ni mingi natembea. Yeah, pesa ni mingi natembea.
Okay, you have 1 minute. Okay, 30 seconds to share a story. Or is that too short?
Sorry?
I was going to give you 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Share another story with us.
I would have gone with this audit that's unearthing payslip crisis in the public sector. Nancy Gadongo's reports. I just love reading her reports. Like I always say, I don't know how she sleeps. So the nationwide salary crisis unfolding in the public sector is affecting quite a number of government departments. So the crisis has been triggered by President William Ruto's aggressive revenue raising measures, pay as you earn, housing levy, deductions to the newly established Social Health Authority. But let me quickly go into some numbers here. So earlier reports revealed an even graver situation across the broader government, particularly in the security and interior sectors. At least 47,300 workers had deductions that exceeded legal limits, with police officers the hardest hit. More than 36,600 members of the National Police Service had overcommitted their pay slips. Thousands of others were affected at the Interior Ministry, Kenya Prison Service, Immigration Department, Treasury, and the Social Protection Docket. And the list goes on and on and on and on and on. So, shockingly, the other agencies is looking at, these agencies are just too many. But the whole point is this. What is clear is that there's a systemic liquidity crisis. And that's what Nancy is unearthing, because what is then showing there is a fueled combination of poor pay, high taxation, and mounting statutory deductions that have eroded the dignity of the public service.
And that's what it looks like. Coming up to 7 o'clock this morning, conversations now with the Kuku Chair at 7. Good morning.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Nationwide salary crisis is unfolding in the public service, with tens of thousands of government workers taking home less than a third of their gross pay in blatant breach of the law. Auditor General Nancy Gathungu has exposed flaws in the payroll system, saying the government is losing millions of shillings every month. The report shows the presence of redundant workers, overpayments, and large salary differences for employees of the same job group in various institutions. In addition, the report has revealed that some legitimate government employees are not being paid on time and that their salaries have been delayed illegally. Health Cabinet Secretary Aidan Duale has directed that all health care services accessed through the Social Health Authority will not accept one-time password, that is OTP-based authorizations. Speaking at the Kenyatta University Teaching Referral and Research Hospital, Duale said that approvals in SHA-contracted facilities will now be completed using biometric health IDs or the newly launched Practice 360 app.
Is today rolling out biometric identification and verification for all SHA beneficiaries across the country. This innovation will secure access to health services without having physical documents. Your fingerprint will verify your identity securely. This biometric in eliminating fraud and misuse of the benefits. It will also reduce paperwork, it shortens queues of our patients, and it ensures more time is spent on patient care.
Moving on, cooperatives and MSMEs, Development Cabinet Secretary Wycliffe Oparanya has defended the Hustler Fund against criticism from a report by the Kenya Human Rights Commission, dismissing it as skewed, elitist and politically motivated. KHRC warned that the program is a recipe for financial failure, as it lacks a sustainable plan to empower Kenyans at the bottom of the pyramid as earlier intended. In response, Oparanya accused KHRC of using flawed data and biased methodology to discredit the fund.
The facts that are there are not genuine, and the fact that you take 2 months and you take the 2 months as the music. The best way, we are 3 years old, we will be celebrating 3 years in November. In November, we are just few months away, 2 months away. It would have been better for them to come and discuss with us.
The Commission adds that the Hustler Fund cannot be improved and that the only way to save public money is to abolish it. The report shows that the fund has suffered a loss of 71.5% due to the high number of loan defaulters, which has reached 68.3%. Since November 2022, the Hustler Fund has provided loans worth more than 42 billion Kenya shillings.
It's a flawed system. It's a flawed fund. Reasons have been outlined why it is flawed and why it is therefore unsustainable. And therefore we are not asking for it to be managed prudently. we're asking for the decommissioning of this fund.
I'm wired not to bow to nonsense. So you find that that's where the problem is. You have a funeral somewhere, the president attends, or a public event, they begin making mini budgets as the president is there. We require this, we require this, we require that, and these are MPs.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 7:07 and it's the 5th of August. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation this Tuesday morning, DND with you. And we're going into conversations that we must have. Let's get into it. Just before we do, you've been connecting us. We're still waiting for you to download Penguins of Madagascar. You have everything that you need. You have everything that you need.
Yes, I do. I've got the internet. I've got everything. And actually, the best time to do this is around this time of August. And like we said, July, August, they decided to intermarry. And so, this August, you can get a Safaricom Home Fiber internet connection and enjoy up to double the speeds for a discounted price. This is the sweetest part. If you're going to get the bronze package, or the silver package, or the gold package, we said bronze is Shaba, silver is Feather, gold is the Habu, diamond is Almasi.
I was going to say Alhamisi, but okay.
Alhamisi is Thursday.
I know.
Yes. And so, if you are going then to enjoy this double speeds with 25% discount on all these packages, you can do so between now and end of this month, which is 31st of August 2025. So don't be those Kenyans who are last minute. So on the 31st itself is when everybody now is running to get into this deal. Get that deal now. So that welcome package then includes some free stuff. It includes free installation, you get a free router, and at the same time you actually get connected to a reliable network where you enjoy not only fast speeds but reliable speeds, whether you're gaming, you're streaming videos, you're watching movies, music, online working, or high-speed web browsing, whatever it is that you're doing. All you need to do simply is to dial *400# or visit my Safaricom app to get connected today. Remember, that offer is valid up to the 31st of August 2025. Feels good to be home with Safaricom Home Fiber.
Fantastic. And you're giving people money.
Yes.
Or you're teaching us how to use our money?
Yes.
Okay, please.
And how to secure your financial wealth. And I just have to ask the question, when exactly is it the right time for you to control your financial wealth?
Now.
Yesterday.
Yesterday, right?
Yes.
Now, Standard Chartered Bank is telling you the right time to do that is now. And how are they doing that now? When we talk about now is the time for you to control your wealth, it is not just a tagline that is being thrown around. It is actually a reality. And Standard Chartered Priority Banking offers comprehensive approach to managing your finances. Now, this means meeting both your current lifestyle needs and your future aspirations. Now, whether you're thinking about starting portfolio streamlining of your assets, the advice is personalized, strategic, and tailored to where you are in life. So look at it this way. Okari, you want a certain asset management of your funds. So I'll not just give you a blanket package. I will tailor make it to your needs. So this is an Dennis Okari tailor-made services for you.
Bespoke.
Well, that's the word. You know what I mean? Yeah. So. And now when you talk about when you're building something, trust and security becomes everything, right?
Yes.
So now, and you are a security guy, you know, even your PIN you don't share with the government, but it's in life. So you want a partner who's not just competent, but consistent. Someone who protects what matters and helps you grow it. That's what you get with Standard Chartered, a solid, trusted partner who understands wealth isn't just about money, it's about the people, values, and the futures behind it. Now, to get here, wealth.ke@ac.com is the email where you get to begin your journey, because time, again, we've said, is what? Is now.
Is now. Get to do that with Standard Chartered this morning. And now we get into a conversation, and this might throw you for a loop, but okay, let's get into it anyway. No stranger to the Situation Room, and we'll have some of those with Peterson Washira, who is the National Chair of the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers, is here with us this morning. Peterson, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm well.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
That is what we say in Africa. That is the way we answer to greetings.
Indeed. It is.
I am well.
As we get into this conversation, we might actually find out if that is true or not. Just before we do,
yes,
Dennis is going to welcome you. We've gone to a different country this week. We'd love to get your interpretation of this proverb.
And today we're in South Africa. You know, South Africa, a country that isn't considered to be a rainbow nation just because of the different diversities.
Yeah.
You have the whites who are living there, the Boers, and the locals. So if you look at that combination, a rainbow society lives in there. But then again, you look at the history, the apartheid history that comes with South Africa, and the painful past of the same, which is forever entrenched in the hearts of South Africans. But again, one of the biggest economies that is pushed mostly through mining and petrol. But yeah, good country to be in. Now, the proverb, if you forget yesterday's tears, you'll cry again.
Very true.
How do you interpret it?
I think it's about learning. That success in life is about how you learn from your failures. So if you do not learn from your failures, then you're bound to go back to where you failed, and then you're going to cry again. I think, simply put. And to a large extent, I think that's the problem with our country. We really forget about yesterday's failures, and then we keep on crying.
One would say that ties squarely with our conversation today. Would you say that?
Very true.
Absolutely. Well, let's see. We're looking this morning into whether we're going in circles or whether we're actually making some kind of progress.
True.
The Quality and Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill 2025 is doing the rounds, and that we're looking at that in many a way. It looks into the right to safe and accessible health facilities. It looks into the realization of the rights and safety of the patient. It looks into information and decision making, as well as care by a qualified professional, the right to be heard, the right to informed consent, the right to safe and quality care, to timely and effective care, to safe processes and practice, to safe quality health products and dignity, as well as technology. It goes on and on and on and on. And these are things that one would assume go without saying. But the necessity to put them in a bill, which then will be discussed, then they become an act and essentially become law, seems to be necessary, because there seems to be a lot of things going on that would contravene what this bill essentially is trying to achieve. In the last couple of weeks, we've seen too many a number of things whereby patient safety has been compromised. Unfortunately, 3 of them in the last 3 months ending in death. And then we ask ourselves, why is this happening? And those are the ones that are just reported, Peterson, not the ones that probably occur away from the glare of the public. But let's look into this bill, because we'll look at those examples in just a little bit. What is the import of this bill, and why bring it up now? And what are our concerns?
Thank you, Ndu. And the 2 Dennises in the house. And I'm always happy to be here in the hot seat, where you give free civic lessons to Kenyans. And I think we must give you your flowers. So there is a problem I think we're having in this country, where every problem is met with a legislation, but then the legislation is never implemented. And so we keep going on in circles. And I think that is why Dennis said that the proverb of today suits very well into today's conversation. Now, the quality of healthcare and patient safety bill is just pulling some details from different laws, putting them together, but which were never implemented wherever they were. And if they were implemented, not successfully. If you look at this bill, I think the only new thing in principle is the registration of facilities. Now we want to get registration of facilities from KEMPDC, Clinic Officers Council, and bring them under one roof. But then there is a question there, because it is going to be the primary regulator, but it's also going to be an oversight. Because a quality of care, there is a question as to whether a quality of care oversight body should be a primary regulator. So other than that, I think the only other thing that you can see there is the tribunal. Everything else, if we are talking about the patient's rights, if we are talking about the health workers' rights, which are not there, I don't know if the health workers' rights are not part of what concerns the quality. Everything else is there. We have a policy on healthcare, on quality of healthcare and patient safety. It was done in 2022. It has never been implemented. 98% of health workers do not know it exists. We have a quality of health model. It is not being implemented. And so, we have come out as health workers, and the problem that we are having, number one, is that this is not our bill. This is not a bill that was occasioned by health workers. It was brought to us. I don't know who did it, but many of us saw it later when it was done.
So you don't know who raised it?
The bill. Yes. Of course, it came from the ministry. Okay. That is where we saw it from. But we didn't understand the problem statement, why we needed a new bill to amalgamate other laws or some things from other laws, and then make hospital business easy. Because actually, for me, the only difference I see with this bill is that it is providing a one-stop shop for registration, and so easing hospital business. And I don't think we're in the business of easing hospital business. We should be in the business of ensuring that there is better quality. But then now, when you dig into the bill, the general notion it will give you is that the problem has been the health worker. Because now we are saying, if we can enforce on this health provider, be it the health worker as an individual or the facility, then we are going to give Kenyans quality. But the question is, has the health worker been the problem? What goes into that quality?
Okay.
Yes.
So usually a bill will be brought up because there's a problem.
Yes.
There's been a problem, either there's been contravention of the law in one way or another, and that there are no provisions for something.
Yes.
So a bill comes in to then make provisions upon which something will be established, number one, and then be followed or adhered to.
Yes.
If it is not, then we can say that there is contravention of the law, because in an act, it has now become law. Now, it would appear as though there were issues that had not been addressed, and that they needed to put all of this in this bill for the protection and safety and quality care of the patient. What I hear you saying is that the healthcare worker is not at fault for what may have been the issue that this bill needed to have been brought up about in the first place. So if they are not, who is? Let's just take healthcare, for example, care and safety. That when a patient is in a medical facility, clinic, dispensary, hospital, whatever the case, if they're going to be admitted, as another example, that under which metrics then should they be protected? And does that not come under the responsibility of a health worker, whether it is a clinical officer, whether it is a nurse, whether it is a doctor, whether it is hospital staff, security, whatever, they're in that space. So it doesn't make sense that this bill is coming in to draw the structure around which this care must be administered.
If you look at this bill, what it simply says is that as the health worker, you must do ABCD, failure of which we are going to give you hefty penalties. I think it was up to 50 million.
Yes.
You go before a tribunal chaired by a judge appointed by the Judicial Service Commission and another judge, and I think there is no health worker. There is no corresponding responsibility on the person who is supposed to facilitate you to offer that quality. Because for you to be able to offer quality care, because there are two issues here. There is the quality of the care we are giving, and there is the safety. Of course, quality is part of the safety is part of the quality, or quality gives the safety. But on the other side, of course, there is the normal issues like the ones we saw in KNH, where somebody was brutally murdered.
Twice in a year.
Yes. But now when it comes to quality, what goes into ensuring that we have quality health care? Is it the competence or the skills of the health workers only? No. The health worker is just the center pole that holds the house. But then there is a system. There is the governance and leadership that must be able to facilitate in terms of also ensuring that we have proper health financing that then will ensure that we have essential supplies, be it medicines, be it that we have the equipments and the diagnostics that we do need, be it having the right number of the health workers in the facility. So if you don't have what we call the pillars of an effective health system as per the WHO, which are aligned and working in congruence, then there is no way that this health worker is going to give you this quality health care, because quality is a process. Quality is not a product that you give. It is a process that feeds into a good outcome. And that is what we are lacking. And so what we are saying is that you cannot put the responsibility of that quality on me without a corresponding responsibility on the facility that employs me or the government that employs me, that is supposed to supply me with the facilitative things that should actually ensure that I can offer that quality. For an example, let me give an example.
Okay.
In most of the health facilities, when you come and your ears are blocked because of wax, a relatively very simple thing. Do you know in most of the government facilities, even up to level 4, we don't have very simple things like an otoscope that I can use to see up to your eardrum so that I can say you have wax. And then a very short 15 minutes procedure, I can be able to do ear syringing. So if I don't offer that quality, is it my problem? I'm competent enough to do that, but I'm not provided with the equipment that I should have. Number 2, When you go to that facility, you find a clinic officer seeing around 100 patients, while the WHO provides that in 8 hours, if you are to see patients, probably one patient 15 minutes, so that you can be able to listen to them and give quality diagnosis, you can only see maybe 35 to 40. They are seeing 100 patients. By the time you are doing your 60th, 50th patient, you're suffering burnout. You have fatigue. You are going to make medical errors. You are going to give wrong diagnosis. Then after I do that, I'm taken to a tribunal. I'm fined 50 million. They take my license. So we are saying there is no balance. And we are saying that the law is not coming to change anything. Whatever it's providing has already been provided for. There was a policy from 2022. And that is why we are saying the only new thing in this law is facilitating healthcare business through registration. And you know, you said if you don't learn from your failures, then you're going to cry again. The biggest problem that we have been having in registration of facilities is that we have been having rogue individuals within regulatory bodies who will probably accord a wrong level of care to a facility. An example is you have a level 3, you are given level 4 status for the purposes of probably insurance pay. So you find that they actually don't have the level of care that is in their license. That is what was happening during NHIF. And number 2, having virtual facilities where you find there is a facility registered being paid by NHIF or SHA, but on the ground there is actually no facility. And the problem has been the quality.
Sorry, just back up just a little bit. Everything is being paid for this particular facility, but you say on the ground there's no facility. What does that mean? That there is no actual building facility? There are no staff, there's no equipment? What are we saying? A ghost hospital?
That was corruption that was there during NHIF.
You know the way we have ghost schools?
Yes. So now we have ghost hospitals.
Yes, they used to be there. Many of them. And so the problem is the quality assurance mechanism.
Peterson,
yes.
Let's back up a bit.
Yeah.
You know, in this country, for some of us who've lived long enough to see a perpetual state of changing laws, coming up with bills, to a degree where you can't even catch up what's going on.
Yeah.
Now, if my history serves me right, when we look at some of these issues, like what we're now looking at currently, the best place to start is what caused that reaction. What pushed the drafters of this bill then to come up and say, this is what we're coming up with? What caused this in the first place? Because once we find out what led to this drafting, then we'll be able to pinpoint where the real issue is. What is it? What event caused these fellows to draft this bill? Or what necessitated?
The narrative that we are hearing from their side, because even ourselves, we asked for the problem statement at first, because it was not brought to us. What they're saying, I hear two things. One, the issue I've said about facilities not matching the level of care, the level accorded to a facility, which is corruption. And number 2, the virtual facilities. And number 3, then there is the cost of registering a hospital. That you have to go to numerous bodies, and so we want to make it easy so that you can come to one body. But now the next question is, does it address even that problem? And I can assure you, the issue of corruption, it will not address. And the reason that we are saying it can't is because the quality assurance mechanism has not changed. The problem was that the regulator is also the one that inspects their facilities. So if the regulator makes that mistake knowingly, corruptly, when they are registering that facility, and they are the ones who are inspecting year after year, they will keep on perpetuating that. So what we needed is a second eye, a verifier, an accreditor. But now we are going back to the same. We have just taken it from KMPDC, Clinical Officers Council Lab, and we have taken it to a different body. but the same quality assurance mechanism. And what we are saying as the health workers is that what we needed is a two-tier system, where the first tier, let whoever is registering register, the primary regulator, but then the accreditation be given to another body, which the court had already pronounced to be the Kenya Health Professional Oversight Authority. But then now it was changed to this one. And that is why we are saying, if then we are going to bring in a quality of healthcare and patient safety authority, let it not be a primary registrant or regulator. Let it be a secondary verifier, as it gives accreditation, so that the issues of virtual facilities, the issues of according non-corresponding level of care, then can be checked. But in the current setting, we are just transferring a problem from 3 bodies and giving it to 1 body. And it's even worse. Because in the past, the lab will register, the COC will register or the other, and when their counterpart is coming to inspect, they'll check and say, no, but your license does not correspond with the level of care. And probably they can go and inform their sister body. But now this will only be 1 body. There will be nobody who is going to check that. When it comes to the ease of doing business, I always say that when it comes to healthcare, cost effectiveness, while it's good, not actually cost effectiveness, making it cheap to be able to start a hospital should not be our primary goal.
Yeah, so you look at some of the issues that the bill now wants to deal with, includes audits, peer reviews, reporting systems in all facilities, hygiene, sanitation, facility safety, equipment servicing and staffing standards, even for services like ambulance care and telemedicine compliance. And you look at what the bill offers, pretty much is what we're having, is what you're saying. But then again, why is it that the drafters of this bill never saw the need of public participation, including stakeholders, in the drafting of this bill?
You know, we have very bad manners. I remember, was it around 2020 or 2022 or 2023, when we were doing the social health insurance bill. We went through very robust public participation, as we have done with this one, even before it goes to parliament. But then, when it was finally assented, I remember the CS Health, by then CS Nakumicha, stood on a podium and thanked parliamentarians for passing the bill without changing even a comma. I've never been so disappointed. And so that is the problem that we have, that once a bill is developed, and especially in the ministry, there is this tendency to drive it politically, and anybody who is trying to raise some concerns is seen as opposition, and we are fought, and then it is pushed through parliament as though we are opposing. And you know, we always come out here and articulate our concerns, and I think we all exist to make it better.
Indeed. Let's take a break at this point. Yes. Peterson Washira is the chair of the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers. There's a bill that has come out, and Peterson says, all right, fine, certain things that we must do, but then how are you making sure that you're providing for it to happen? We'll come back from the break and discuss that. Dennis, you're saying the time is now.
Yes, and we've just established that the right time for dealing with matters to do with your wealth is now. But let's take that even further and focus on how we then get to protect this wealth, decisions and support, and also portfolio management. Now, you know that what keeps people up at night is how to manage your wealth, the security around it, and that's why wealth preservation and risk management are key pillars at Standard Chartered Bank. Now, the experts team don't just guide you, they protect your assets from market fluctuations, economic shocks, and unexpected risks. Add that to a specialized team that ensures that they give you an advice on what portfolios that you need to have, and you've got a recipe for building sustainable and long-term wealth. Now, and for those overwhelmed by endless options, from real estate to international investments, you get expert help to optimize the decision. It's not just about growing your wealth, it's about growing wisely and with clarity. For all this information, where do you go to? wealth.ke@sc.com. Make the smart decision today.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Buda, landlord amenipea deadline ya leo. Salon nayo imechelewa. Junior amekuwa msik. Yani drama iko kila mahali.
Bro, wacha pressure. Loop iko na quick loan, unaweza get straight to your phone. That's right. You can now sort out unexpected expenses with a new quick loan on Loop. Borrow up to 100,000 shillings and repay within 30 days. No paperwork, straight to your phone. Simply go to Grow on your Loop app and click quick loan to apply.
Na imeingia. Landlord, pewa yako. Stress, toka hapa.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Download Loop today. Loop is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
It's now 25 minutes to 8 o'clock. We continue with our conversation with Peterson Oshira this morning. And so, Bill, let's look at it and maybe try to understand. You said that this is the reason why it was brought about in the first place and established that...
What we were told.
Okay, what you were told. Yes. And already established that what it doesn't take into consideration is, because we're talking about public hospitals here, that it doesn't take into consideration then what should be provided in terms of infrastructure, equipment, just an environment, working environment, where these things that are being demanded of in this bill can actually happen. We also see that in this bill, they talk about patient care. Now we talk about patient safety. Yes, still to many people it is bizarre that somebody can go into a facility for medical treatment and then turn up dead. And when some kind of investigation is done, still waiting for answers. Could this bill, according to what you've said, then be trying to say, okay, guys, let's be a lot more careful when it comes to the lives of the people who are entrusted within our care. Now, granted, these cases are few and far between. It is not a regularity, but because of the nature of them, one is too many. And then it does something to public psyche, whereby you say, okay, so will I be safe if I go into hospital? You get that. Could that be one of the premises from which this bill has then been?
You know, on the matters safety at the workplace, be it for the workers or the clients, that is very well provided for under occupational, we call it OSHACT, Occupational Safety and Health Act.
Yeah.
And if you can implement that act very well, then the safety would be there. But our health facilities are not secured. I'm sure you have been to public facilities.
Yeah.
In how many public facilities have you been screened whether you are carrying a weapon? You have people coming into hospitals with guns. You remember last year we had a scenario, I think in Naivasha sub-county, where a clinic officer was almost shot by a patient. And we have several cases. We have cases where our people have been assaulted by patients, or patients assaulting other patients or clients while in the hospital. But the fact that we don't secure our health facilities from screening people who are coming in so that you don't carry weapons, and we know that out of every 3 people who are coming to hospital, one of them is going to have mental issues. Then when it comes to even the security around there, even at night, most of the hospitals do not have an armed guard. So if you had an armed group coming in and they want to rob you, there is nothing the security that is provided there is going to do. Some of them do not even have formal security. It's we call them soldier.
Actually, the security around hospitals mainly is crowd control.
Yes.
No, not for anything else. Because you would never imagine that such a thing, grotesque in nature, would happen within a hospital.
True.
Could that be the reason why we don't see that there is heavy security in hospitals? Because it is supposed to be a place of care and refuge. So you don't expect for such things to happen. We're also speaking about this in the same context where one hospital in this country seems to be a residential area for anybody. There are people who live in the hospital, go to the city and do their business and come back to sleep in a hospital. There are people who have been in hospital for years because they were not able to pay their bill, and then after a while they just become part of the woodwork. How can we have such situations occurring in places that are supposed to be providing medical care and treatment and healing for people? Is this not where some of these things are then arriving from?
I think generally we have neglected safety of our health facilities, both for the workers and for the patients. And I think this was a wake-up call. Not really a wake-up call because we had another incident and it doesn't seem like much changed. But if you can compare between the public and the private, in some of the private hospitals that you do know, you turn every corner, there is a security guard. In every corridor, there is a CCTV, and there is actually somebody who is monitoring. But when you go to the public facilities, that doesn't seem to be the concern. So there is much that we are not doing, and I can assure you, this bill is not going to change anything. Our problem is not lack of laws. The occupational safety and health bill is there, and it's not being implemented. Our problem has been the implementation. And I think our what we are calling on the parliament to do is to do proper public participation and listen to us, because the problem that we have is that bills are done to achieve certain interests that the public are only given a convenient narrative. You remember during the time of SHE Act, we told them that the funding model that you have brought in is not going to assist us to implement UHC using primary health care. And that is why now where you can see that they're even opening up level 4 so that we can have primary health care services there, because the primary health care fund is not enough and the shift cannot be able to be used in level 2 and level 3. It's now that they are saying that. But we had said that. And even now we are trying to tell them, please allow us to amend this law so that it aligns with the pillars of WHO, and it can then guarantee the country that we are going to have quality by ensuring that we have provisions to fund well. If this bill would be providing for us to be able to achieve the Abuja declaration of 15% of the budget, if this bill would be telling the country that just as we employ teachers and not teachers but police and the military every year, then we should also be employing health workers every year, because we have a shortage. By the way, according to the government's own staffing norms and standards, we were supposed to be having clinic officers, 16,000 clinic officers by 2018.
And how many do you have now?
We only have around 6,700.
And we're in 2025.
According to the HRH strategy of the Ministry of Health, by 2030, we should be having 25,000 clinic officers in the system. We're only having 6,700. Okay. By now, we are supposed to be having around 23,000 clinic officers by government own projections.
So why doesn't that happen?
So, and that is what I'm trying to say, that if we really want quality, then this bill must tell us how we are going to increase the budgetary allocation to health. Because our problem has been lack of the finances, and that is why we cannot be able to employ. It must be able to tell us how we are going to close the staffing gaps in our facilities, so that then we reduce the waiting times. You know, there are some indicators of quality of healthcare. The time, the waiting times for patients. There is the quality of the diagnosis that you are giving there. If we are not addressing the core things that are then going to come and ensure that our patients are not waiting for long hours, We are able to diagnose correctly because we have the equipments. Once we diagnose, we are able to provide them with the essential medicines so that they can go and take at home. We are able to even provide equipments and infrastructure for nursing care and what have you. Then it will just be another bill done, political milestone achieved, and we'll go back to where we were.
So, Peterson, when you look at this bill, any bill that comes into place, as Ndu had earlier said, seeks to cure a certain problem, right? And there has to be someone or even an institution that is benefiting from this bill, which asks the question, if you stand from a point where this bill is not going to help anything because we already have the infrastructure in place to be able to do all these things, then who stands to benefit? Is it all a political mileage? Is it just so that we tick the boxes and say we are working? Because at the end of the day, if we don't include the personnel who are the boots are on ground in implementing the same, then what are we doing? Who stands to benefit in this bill?
The private sector. Health business. This bill, to me, the only people who are going to benefit are people who are going to start hospital businesses because it is easing business for them. But in terms of ensuring that we have good quality, nothing is going to change unless then Parliament would allow amendments that would improve it. And I would really want to encourage our CS Duale, because I think he has shown that he's willing and bold enough to drive some deliberate changes. And I think he will achieve. If he continues like that, he might actually be the best CS. But then he must change the tradition. We must have a tradition where people who are involved in the healthcare, people who understand healthcare, are actually the ones who define the laws that should be able to lead healthcare. And so I know there are many issues, and I know the bill is being pushed very fast. And what I saw being said out there is a very good political statement that we have now given you a bill that is going to ensure that we don't have rogue facilities, rogue health workers. But those provisions have always been there, and the regulators, they regulate us. I don't know how we are going to separate the regulation of the health workers and the facilities where they work in, because a facility cannot work without a health worker. So when you say this one is going to regulate the facility but not the health worker, and this one the health worker but not the facility, then at some point we are going to get some confusion.
Is there an understanding across board that facilities, number one, are under equipped around the country, and then even though you do have equipment, which is the reality, that you don't then have the proper man staff for that equipment? I mean, it's not too long ago we're told about brand spanking new what is that machine that does radiation? What is that therapy?
The one in KU.
Yes. And then unfortunately, there was at the time nobody qualified to run or man the machine. So you have under-equipped services in some parts, but then you will have the equipment, but then they are not properly staffed. Is there a general awareness that this is a problem, and then what's being done to sort it out? Because this touches directly on patient safety, quality, and care. And these are the things that are in this bill.
The awareness is there.
Okay.
In fact, in 2013, we went to a conference, a WHO conference in Brazil, and we declared to the world that what might make Kenya not achieve UHC is the problem with the staffing. And our CS, on behalf of the country, signed a commitment to be employing 12,000 health workers each year. That was CS Macharia in 2013. So there is a general understanding. The government knows. And even on the issues of equipping the facilities, they know. But then we do not seem to take steps, because we are also very much interested in having the private sector and health to some extent, to a large extent, is actually becoming a business. And we are driving a lot of healthcare out from the public facilities to the private ones. And as we continue, you will see many laws being amended that are going to be in line with private business because that is where we seem to be headed. But then the overriding question must always be, we have a vision as a country when it comes to health, the Vision 2030. By 2030, we want a country that will be a medical tourism center. And what will define the medical tourism center is that we are going to have sub-specialized hospitals, sub-specialized health workers, proper staffing, so that people from Africa and beyond will be coming to Kenya.
This may come as a surprise to you, Peterson.
Yes.
But 2030 is just 5 years away.
It is.
Okay. And some of the things that you're talking about,
yes,
even the albeit extremely possible to do in a very short period of time, I dare say that up to 50% of the issues that are faced today can actually be solved in under a month.
It can,
if actually attention is paid to them.
Yes.
But unfortunately, the problems have been perennial and they have been in perpetuity. So one would ask, if we are saying, because it sounds really nice, by 2030, world-class health medical tourism destination site, world-class facilities around the country, whether you're going from level 2 to 6, it wouldn't matter, because if you stepped into one of those facilities, it would like be stepping into a facility anywhere in the world. That's great.
Yes.
But to that recipe, you have to mix the thing together.
True.
A cake doesn't come together by throwing the ingredients in the bowl and hoping a miracle will happen. No, you've got to activate the thing by putting it all together.
Yes.
Who's going to do that?
So what we need to see, and what we have been asking, because I'm saying that ironically about the Vision 2030.
I know,
because
I got you.
We don't seem to be on the path.
Yeah.
And there is no congruence in what we are doing and what our vision is. And I think we need to sit around a table, all of us, and agree which path will take us there. How do we ensure we have proper staffing? How do we ensure we have sub-specialized staff? And then followed by sub-specialized facilities. And that can only come through investment that we are doing. And there are lessons we can learn. For example, I was in Addis, and I happened to visit the University of the Defense University, the military university there. And they took an initiative. They took the clinic officers in Ethiopia, took them through what they call integrated emergency surgical operations, and they were able to bring maternal mortality from 700 to currently under 100. Do you know what our maternal mortality is in Kenya? Around 379. So actually Ethiopia is doing better than us because they took bold steps. And that is what we're asking. We're asking our CS, because he's a man who can take bold steps, that we need, number one, to see budgetary allocation going up in a very deliberate way by percentage every year. We need to see health workers being employed every year to cover the staffing gaps. We need to see essential supplies being delivered on time. And then we can say that we're on the road to ensure that we are giving the quality that we should be giving, and on the road to Vision 20 that we need to see health workers working with security and feeling motivated. As we talk today, the issue of UHC has not been resolved. They're still out there.
You know, Peterson,
Yes.
listening to all this conversation, we go back to the same, there's a conversation around if we were to force government officials and the people making this decision, the MPs who are going to receive this bill, discuss it in Parliament, if they were to be forced to go to our medical facilities, all these issues we're discussing will be clearly addressed before Vision 2030. Before 2030, in 1 year or two, if we were to force them to go do their dialysis in a local hospital, go to deliver in a local hospital. If we were to force all of them to do all these things in Kenya, no one leaves.
Yes.
All these things will change. To me, it appears, at the end of it all, it's just lack of goodwill.
True.
And we are very smart, intelligent people who are working in these institutions who already see where we need to go. So because you're talking about Kenya taking the model of medical tourism.
Yes.
If you look at the classic example of India, where a lot of people then tend to go because it's cheaper there and the quality there will be better than the quality in Kenya. Just looking at the two issues of scale and diversification and how then the government has been able to separate from what you will go to pay in a private facility and what you'll go to pay in a government facility. So the thing is, in Kenya, we're so heavily reliant on public sector for basic health services when the private healthcare system is super expensive. So when you have those two already in place, definitely this bill cannot address those issues because there is the person who's going to benefit and the other person is not going to benefit. At the end of it, for a patient, and I'm going to use this example, as a patient, all I care about is good healthcare. If I go, for example, to a dentist today, and you earlier talked about WHO standards. They are not. How many people in a day, according to WHO standards, is a dentist supposed to see in a day? How many people?
That will be highly dependent because if they are doing a procedure, there are some procedures they may not even do 10 in a day.
But you go to many of these dentists, you visit them, you'll see a queue of 20 from inside to the corridor.
Yes.
Now for me as a patient, I'm just going there because I have a booking and I have an appointment.
Yes.
Where does a patient go to when you look around and you feel, wait, I'm number 46. So I'm being attended by this dentist at 6:30 p.m.
Yes.
Already the fellow is tired, is fatigued. So if something is wrong, where do I go to? Does this bill even address those issues?
The bill addresses, but it was also addressed in the other acts. If it's a dentist, then you go to KMPDC and report. But then the question is, you see what has been happening in the past. When we have medical errors, we have had systems for peer review, where I voluntarily inform my people, my peers, that this and this happened because of this, and then we discuss so that next time you can improve and you don't do the same medical error. But now when you criminalize medical errors, and by the way, there is difference between negligence and medical errors. We say in health, medical errors are inevitable. In your lifetime as a health worker, you'll have errors because man is to error. But negligence is another thing. So when you even criminalize the medical errors as we are seeing in this bill now, and then you are taken through a tribunal that now is superior to any other. In fact, you don't have to go to KMPDC or COC or any other on any issue. You can take any health-related issue to the tribunal direct. And we also feel that the tribunal does not have health workers that may be able to bring objectivity and an understanding of what is happening. Then we are going to hold back. People will not be self-reporting. The peer reviews are not going to be there.
This bill, if it does see the light of day, would need a lot of work on it, obviously.
Yes.
But does it address the real issues that the health system is suffering from? And perhaps should more attention in terms of priority to be given to those things that actually are of issue right now?
The bill will address nothing. We have many bills that have not addressed many issues. What is going to change our health environment is just deliberate and bold actions. And we all know them. We don't have enough workers, provide a budget, annual employment of health workers. Increase the budget, ensure there are essential supplies, the equipments, there is proper infrastructure. I think in every 5 kilometers we are supposed to be having a dispensary in this country. Ensure that
we used to, when we were growing up, Peterson, when we were growing up,
yes.
I remember our mothers taking us to local dispensaries. There was nothing like, let's go to Kenyatta. Those small issues, we were taken to those two small clinics and dispensaries, and they were actually working. And the cost was not as much as we see today. But slowly by slowly, we started seeing the clinics disappear, the dispensaries disappear.
And private facilities coming up.
Private facilities coming up. And that's why I was talking about the issue of scale and diversification. We missed something there, because when the government then let it go, and a lot of these facilities are basically owned by politicians. Because of the greed and corruption. And COVID exposed what was going on around these facilities, because it is who owns a particular hospital. So even when you have a case, you can't take this hospital anyway, because the people behind the board of directors are simply the politicians.
Yeah. True. Let me give you an example. I think you are lucky. Where I grew up in Maunarok, Njoro constituency, to get to the nearest public health center up to today, I'll have to travel 10 kilometers.
Okay.
To get to Njoro sub-county, I'll have to travel for around 50 kilometers to the nearest level 4. We don't have a dispensary in our village in 2025. So to the nearest dispensary, I might need to travel for around 7 kilometers outside our village. And so we still do not have this infrastructure. So and that is the question I'm asking. How is this bill going to sort those people so that they have accessibility to healthcare closer to where they are? It doesn't provide that.
Exactly. And these are the questions, and it's important for us to then be able to open up and show what some of these are, and that's why we have the conversations that we do. It'll be interesting to see how far this goes, and I know that there's a lot of pushback to at least have a lot of the issues addressed. And thank you for leading that conversation with us.
Please allow me a clarion call
in 10 seconds
to the Parliamentary Health Committee and the Parliament as a whole. And it's a good thing that we have health workers in that Parliament. And I want to urge them to ensure that actually the inputs of health workers are taken into consideration, so that for once we give the country a bill that is actually going to help them in terms of quality healthcare.
Peterson Washira is the chair of the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers, has been here with us this morning. Peterson, thank you.
Thank you.
It's 8:01. Good morning.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga. Detectives have arrested a Mombasa-based TikToker in connection with what they termed as seditious video that was widely circulated on TikTok on Friday last week. Shadrach Omondi Okindo, alias Honorable Mosquito, was arrested in the Meritini area of Mombasa County following the publication of the video in which he was defending 3 former security agents now under arrest. The clip, which DCI alleges contained threats of violence and incitement against public order, quickly went viral. The DCI claimed the clip has triggered public concern, prompting swift action from security agencies. A Senate committee has summoned National Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Badi for failing to appear before it to answer questions on the delayed payment to pensioners of the Kenya Railways Staff Retirement Benefits Scheme. The Senate Labour Committee, chaired by West Pokot lawmaker Julius Murgor, warned the CS that should he fail to appear before the committee, he'll be fined 500,000 Kenya shillings. The committee was set to host Mbadi for discussion on the payment of a one-off 2.6 billion shillings honorarium to former councillors and a monthly pension to 11,919 others, and has failed to appear before the committee twice, that is on Thursday, July 31st and on August 4th. CIS Speaker George Okoh has termed as fake a letter purporting the resignation of Governor James Orengo, who has been out of the public eye for 1 month. Okoh, who is now representing the governor in his absence, says the letter is the work of the people who are against the leadership of Governor Orengo. For the records, Okoh says Governor Orengo has not resigned and is still in charge despite taking leave. He says Orengo is officially out of the country on a private mission and all county organs are notified of his presence, of his absence.
I've been an acting governor at one point. And how did I become an acting governor? It was by vacancy having a reason, and then officially you sign oath of office and you then, in broad daylight, and everybody knows that you're an acting governor, you cease to perform the functions of the office of the Speaker, and then you officially hand over. You even get acting allowance. This is not the case. I am the Speaker. Tomorrow come to the Assembly. I'm presiding in the chambers as the Speaker. But as to representing the governor, I can do it even when the governor is in office. He can have tea and send a Speaker to go represent him in a funeral. That doesn't violate any constitution.
The Kenya Red Cross Society has focused its efforts on collaborating with other organizations to improve services to Kenyans. The organization's Secretary General, Dr. Ahmed Idris, said the society aims to work with county governments, universities, schools and other institutions to increase efficiency, especially when dealing with disasters such as floods, drought or accident.
Our partnership and coordination with local partners, and including the KMTC, the Medical Training College here, to boost our capacity for our volunteers, but more importantly, so that their students can be part of our delivery mechanism. We collaborate with their students and their faculty. The other partnership we are going to have is with Maseno University to boost our capacity to do research, to add quality to our programming.
That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 minutes after 8. Isn't that nifty? It was 7 minutes after 7, and now it's 8 minutes after 8. Let's go for 9 after 9. Fun stuff that we do here on the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, getting into Tuesday, and we're getting into the state of devolution this hour. Yes. The devolution conference, as it does every year, takes place this week, and folks are in Homa Bay. To then look at the state of devolution. We'll be having our conversation here in the room in just a minute. But you're connecting us, isn't it, Dennis?
Oh, yeah, sure. So this month of August, there's a deal you don't want to miss. And we love deals. And the deal is Safaricom Home Internet connection. You can enjoy up to double the speeds for a discounted price of any of the plans that you will choose. If you choose to go with the bronze, silver, gold and diamond plans, you get 25% discount. But this is for the ones who are getting this for the first time. So if you already have this package, this may not necessarily be for you. Okay. So if you're getting the installation done for the first time, remember it's free. The router also is free, and you can stay connected in any part of this country. The idea here is you want to enjoy not just double speeds or super speeds, but you also want to enjoy reliability and a fast home internet. So if you're gaming, if you are into streaming movies, watching music videos, online working, or even just simply high-speed web browsing, this is the deal for you. You simply need to dial star 400 hash or visit my Safaricom app to get connected today. This offer, let me repeat, this offer is valid to new customers and only runs started on the 1st, so you're not too late, but it runs all the way through to the 31st of August. So feels good to be home with Safaricom, home fiber.
Fantastic. And, maybe you want to remind us about why the time to start is now, not tomorrow, not next year.
Yeah, and that is simply because you have a partner who will ensure that they give you, what did you say, a bespoke package for you. And you see now, once you've started your wealth today, right, now is the time. Then we've gone to the second aspect where it is to protect the same. But remember, Okari, we are individuals who have families, and we need to pass this down then to our to our kids, to our family. And now this is where the aspect of legacy, values, and adapting to change comes in. And here is where we now talk about when you talk about this money that you've invested and all that. As much as capital is important, there is the other aspect of legacy and values that is equally very, very important. So Standard Chartered Priority Banking is telling you that we go beyond the numbers. We go beyond the numbers and ensure that there is seamless transfer from Okari to Okari Junior.
Yes.
And now this includes estate planning. You're talking about your assets. How then do you transfer it to your children? And also important is adapting to change, because we have technology. And with the current economic times where we have market shocks and whatnot, how do you adapt to that? And Standard Chartered Bank Priority Banking is telling you that don't react, Okari. Always be prepared. It is more than financial success, but it's about sustainability and intentional wealth management. To get this information, where do you go to? wealth.ke@sc.com, because now is your time for health and wealth.
Now is your time, essentially. And actually now is the time that we talk about a number of things and directed specifically to devolution. The CEO of the Council of Governors is Mary Mwiti, and she's in the hot seat this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Very well.
Karibu
How
sana.
about you?
Well, thank you. Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you.
Devolution Conference is coming up in about a week or so.
Right.
All roads lead to Homa Bay to discuss issues. We'll be talking about some of those issues this morning, and we'll be talking about the state of devolution in the country ever since it was brought about in 2013. But before we do that, let's give you a little bit of work, as though you don't have enough. Dennis is going to share a proverb from one of the African countries, as we do every week, and we would like to get your interpretation of that.
So the country is known as the Rainbow Nation, right? South Africa. Beautiful country. And many would say a lot comes from South Africa. Talk about their music, their culture, and even the way they speak. I have a friend called, if you read her name, is Nontobeko. But she says Nontobeko.
No, Mdu did that yesterday and she did it so perfectly well.
It's about South Africa. When you go to our ex-wars.
No, just repeat the name. It's just mentioned.
Nontobeko Mlambo.
Beko.
That one.
Tobacco.
South Africa for you. But let's go to the proverb, right? If you forget yesterday's tears, you'll cry again. If you forget yesterday's tears, you'll cry again. How would you interpret that?
For me, it's actually a twofold. Life is a school every day. So it has ups and downs. And at times they portend with tears and pain. So if you forget yesterday's experiences, then they cannot shape the hope for tomorrow. That is what I would interpret it to be. And on the other flip side is just an interpretation of how alert one should be, that you must never forget the past because they guide what needs to be done as a human person in the future.
Well said. Well put. Just
Indeed.
being alert and aware. Sansana.
So 2013, and of course, pursuant to the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, we then moved from regions to counties, and then because of that, each county then needed a boss and his or her deputy. And then we saw certain things happening, that development was then going to spread to every corner of the country, and that you didn't have to deal with regions anymore. And that we saw county headquarters, which meant that people could actually go back to their area of origin and essentially build it by virtue of professionals, those who then needed, work to do, and then also the demands of the county in terms of what was required for establishment. We saw those processes start to unfold then in 2013. We're now in 2025, and there's been 12 years of active devolution. There have been many things that have been said in terms of those who try to go against the very tenets or elements of devolution. There are those who want to foster an environment in which devolution can thrive. But then we take a step back every year, and there's a devolution conference where the actors of devolution, from county governors to their deputies to civil society to other arms of government, then meet in one place where they say, how can we do this better? This year, the question on accountable governance comes into play and is asking that question, how have we done it and how can we actually do it better? So let's do something that the movies do, whereby you get a trailer beforehand. Give us the trailer, Mary, in terms of what has been happening with devolution and how it has or has not achieved its goals.
Thank you very much. And first, I really want to appreciate you for inviting me this day so that we can shed light on what devolution is in the context of having done it for the last 13 years. And allow me start with a popular slogan that I divide for myself because I thought it fits everyone. Even the worst form of devolution is better off than any centralized form of government. Why do I say this? 13 years into doing devolution, I tend to believe that the best thing that the constitution of this country gave to the Kenyans is actually the devolution. And devolution is about devolving power, resources, and of course accountable voices of the masses. That alone is one of the most impactful things that happened post-devolution, where initially all services, power, decision-making was centralized. The fact that the power and the resources was devolved to the common mwananchi was actually a step forward. What has been devolution for the last 13 years? And I want to just dispel something that has always been in the notion, and I want to demystify this notion. Devolution affects each and every person, and devolution is about each and every person in this country. Whether you live in Nairobi, you come from a county. Whether you live in a county, you actually experience devolution on a daily basis. So for that reason, I want to start on a basis and a context that devolution is not about the county governments, neither is it about the governors, neither about the employees that work there, but devolution affects each and every person. Devolution is a business of a national government. If you really want tangible and spur economic and growth, you must ensure that the devolved units are working. There can never be growth at the central center. Growth can only be realized at the subnational regions. And through that, then we can be able to spur economic growth nationally. And for that reason, it is the duty of every policymaker to ensure that devolution works in this country. Having done devolution for the last 13 years, I can say that I feel you can touch and you can see fruits of devolution. And if I take a trail of what has been, the fact that people can be able to make decisions at that level, you can actually be involved and have your voice in terms of the budgetary process that happens, then for me, that is devolution. I take an example of the powerful phrase that is in the Constitution, that public participation is a must in governance. This is one of the things that devolution has done, so that the voices of the masses are heard in terms of whatever development that needs to be done. Looking at the conceptualization of the budget, the voices of the masses must be central. An example is Makueni, where even the children do public participation in identifying where they would want actually to see a road, a water project, a ECD center, and the like. And this is a replica across all the counties. I want to say that now that people no longer walk to Kenyatta Hospital for dialysis section, for me devolution works. Each and every county, level 4, level 3, as a functional dialysis center where diabetic patients go there. Nowadays, you don't have people lining up in a Kenyatta Hospital to do this. And for me, that is it. Back to accountability and the like, I need to say that accountability is an issue that each and every person need to embrace honestly in this country, from the highest level to the lowest level. And I think this can be a conversation that we need to advance in this, and of course demystify and elaborate what accountability is. Back to devolution conference. Why is it that we have devolution conference yearly? And I just want to make a context that for the last 3 years, the last devolution conference, we did a departure or a detour from the annual devolution conference to biannual. Why? Is because we realized the conversations and the resolutions that have been made in the devolution conference, 1 year was too short time to have actually concluded and implemented the resolutions. And that's why the Council of Governors made a decision to have a biannual devolution conference, so that we ensure that all the resolutions that have been made in the discourse of the devolution are implemented. So we started the biannual last year, but one was in Gishu, which was very good. So the second biannual is what we are doing in Homa Bay County. Why did we choose this year's devolution conference theme, and what inspired us? Looking generally what is happening in this country, region and above, we realized that time has come of age, and there was more clamor for equity, inclusion, and social justice. There was a voice, an arising voice, that we don't feel ourselves. The youth don't feel themselves, the employed do not feel themselves, and equally all sectors felt that their voices needed to be heard, and of course issues of equity needed to be discussed in a candid manner, and of course social justice issues must be advanced in that course. And that's why this year's conference is about the people, for the people, and by themselves. And this theme's conference theme is about equity, inclusion, and social justice. Would want the policymakers to sit down for the first time and listen to the masses. Would want the policymakers to sit down and listen to the voices of the youth. Would want the policymakers sit down and listen to the voices of the civil society, other institutions, development partners, and all other institutions that have done that. So in the context, we want to converge all people in Homa Bay on the 12th to 15th to generate discourse around equity, inclusion, and social justice. And one of the things that I want to pride ourselves in is that devolution is a signature event that we thought could bring all the stakeholders in the country and beyond, so that we can shape the agenda for devolution. And I want to confirm, for the last 8 conferences that we've held, because this is the 9th one, this is the agenda that shapes the advancement and the implementation of agenda at the county level. So
yes. Yeah. So we talk about devolution. It is 12 years later, and one would say the whole purpose of devolution being there is so that Kenyans would feel that they are in touch, that they belong in the governance structure of the country. And if we look at devolution for 12 years now, would you say that Kenyans feel as though they are part and parcel of the governance structure in the country, and that their issues, because we talk about public participation that is critical and core, do Kenyans buy the idea of devolution as it would be?
Yes, and I want to say a very precise yes. In a scale of 1 to 10, I would give it a 7. Each and every Kenyan in this country, every citizen feels actually the dividends of a devolution. Why do I say this? The fact that you can interact with the highest level of authority in your county is actually an advancement in itself. Previously, I don't know, before, when the Moi eras and Kibaki era, you would actually wait for the president to come and stand by the roadsides so that you sing for them and see them. But nowadays, citizens interact with the governors at that personal level, and for that reason, the governors are able to identify with the needs of the locals from first hand. We say that the duty bearers in this country are none other than actually the governors and the people that work in the county. Because on a daily basis, remember, your clients are none other than the residents that you serve. For me, this is one of the things that I would say devolution is actually working, because the local person can walk into the highest office and be felt, be heard, and of course their propositions being taken. If you look at the 14 devolved functions from health, agriculture, water, environment, early learning, and the like, I want to say that across all the 14 devolved functions, there are tangible transformation that have happened in all the sectors. And how do we do this? We do this through data grounding. Council of Governors does a State of Devolution Address, popularly known as SODA. State of Devolution Address is a retake of stock, a yearly stock of what has happened in all the sectors for the last 14 years. We delivered our State of Devolution Address on the 19th of July, and it is actually in our website, is in our Marifa Center, and you can see considerable progress since the advent of devolution. Allow me to talk about health. Health is a fully devolved function with only 2 functions left at the national government: policy and standardization. If you look at what was before, there was inadequacies in terms of human resource, and for that reason, that's why people would come all the way to Nairobi for purposes of advanced treatment and the like. But if you look at what is happening in the counties, the level 5 hospitals are fully equipped to offer services that are actually similar and at times even beyond what Kenyatta Hospital offers. For
That's
me,
interesting.
that is devolution.
Yeah. It's interesting that you say that, because Dennis Aseto here, just last week, was in Garissa County, he was in Tana River County. I shouldn't speak for him. Maybe he can explain a little bit, and then maybe you can now share in terms of...
Yes, so in Tana River County, to be specific, when we just having conversations with locals, and one would say if you get a referral appointment, that one would need to drive 2.5 hours away to Malindi, and one would ask, if that's the case, then why isn't there a referral facility in Tana River that serves them? Why do I have to drive 2.5 hours away to another county to get the services, if at all health as devolved is working, as you're saying?
One of the things that I would want to speak about is in terms of inequity in resource distribution. If you look at the population and of course the distribution of the counties, the shareable revenue is not equal. There are counties that are endowed and there are counties that receive the lowest actually shareable revenue. The lowest is actually Lamu County, that receives partly 3 billion for all the devolved functions. So if you look at the prioritization of agenda for each and every governor, it differs. But I want to confirm 90% of each and every governor has prioritized health service provision.
Okay.
I may not be able to speak authoritatively about that simple case. Could be we still have inadequacies in terms of human resource and specialists. Doctors are not enough across all the spectrum, and for that reason, there's what we call inter-county agreements, where like an oncologist is actually shared between 2 counties, and I tend to believe there's a schedule. So maybe if you really want an advanced service that the oncologist doesn't come maybe to Tana River, then they are forced to go to the next referral hospital. But these cases are being addressed as we proceed on. And for example, last week we had 64 of medical doctors that were on postgraduate training in various areas, and I was very surprised and of course happy that we had oncologists that have been returned again back to the counties. So still we have a lot of challenges in terms of human resource and specialization, but this is work in progress. What was in 2013 is not what is today. An example is Wajir. Wajir had only 2 pediatricians, 2 specialized doctors. Right now, they have over 360 specialized doctors. So for me, that is devolution.
Operating in Wajir or
in
from Wajir in other parts of the country?
In Wajir County alone.
You say that 90% of county governors have made health a priority. That's about 42 counties out of the 47. Now, when you say have made health a priority, what does that mean? Is it on their list, or can you go into these counties and see that if you needed to access health, that you would find that everything you needed was available to you?
Why I say this is there's a policy direction that for each and every revenue share that is disbursed to counties, 30% on the minimum must be allocated to the health function.
But is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I want to confirm today, each and every county allocates not less than 30% of the budget to health function. And for that reason, actually, not even 90%. It's almost 100% because each and every county allocates not less than 30%. This is the highest budget for the devote functions in each and every county. We have counties that are at actually 48% on the health function. And I tend to believe growth and development can only be realized if you have a health nation. And that's why we take it as a priority that you must have a health nation before you build roads and the like. And that's why we decided as a policy direction that 30% straight goes to the health function for each and every county.
Mary, let's address the elephant in the room because you've given a very good summary and a highlight of from where we're coming from, why devolution is working. You stated 3 things. There was the devolvement of power, the devolvement of services, and decision making from where a local can go to their county office and have their issues addressed. When we talk about power, then you tie it into obviously politics and the economics of politics. What we have seen, and I just want to go straight into numbers, what we have seen from the Auditor General, for example, every time we have audit reports for every financial year with all these priority areas, what we then have noticed is we've ended up creating, what we used to have was a centralized system of governance. Now we've devolved corruption from where we are coming from, because the spirit under which we were then coming up with these units was so that we avoid the trekking to State House, where it is who is connected then to the most powerful person in the country, and that's the president, where matters of development are concerned. And so the idea was, let's have governors then who are going to manage their own development agenda. But then we seem to be rolling back to a situation where under the same leadership, where we've created sort of like mini presidents in counties, where beyond making decisions, then from what the Auditor General is raising are issues to do with unsupported expenditures. We have pending bills crisis in counties. We've got irregular procurement in many of these counties. And the numbers are there. Stalled ghost projects and all that. Unaccounted revenue. And so we've ended up having a situation where we have very wealthy governors out of every 5-year cycle. So the question then is, if we were to devolve these functions to the county levels, can we also say that we also ended up devolving bad manners, corruption, and therefore, from what we see from a centralized perspective, all these things have gone all the way down to the counties. And now, currently, we are seeing the same governors again trickling back to State House, where they're meeting the head of state, and the push is, can I have development in my region? Whereas on paper, that is essentially what you're supposed to be doing in your own county.
Okay, thank you very much. And I want to say boldly on this platform that accountability is an issue that needs to be addressed as a national concern, both at the national level and at the county level. And corruption must be called out, corruption in its actually entirety name. But before we do this, we need to put data to theory and, of course, to context. As you speak about corruption, and for me, I'm an advocate of prudence in governance because I'm a governance expert. But before we do this, Dennis and team, we need to put data to context, and so that we have actually clarity on what we speak about corruption and to what extent that corruption is. What goes to the county government is partly by constitution 15% of the nationally raised revenue. And this national raised revenue, the constitution prescribes that it will be based on the last audited books of account. Yes. The last audited books of account as it is right now for the DORA that was shared 2 months ago was 2021-2022. So we are still almost close to four years behind in terms of budgeting. Now, if you come to this current shareable, let me speak about this current shareable revenue. Against a budget, national budget of 4.2 trillion, the counties were given 415. If you look at the provisions and the projections, that's a 10.4% that has been cascaded or disbursed to 47 county governments handling 14 devolved functions. 90, almost close to 89%, is retained at the center. Last year, it was 387, which was actually a partly 10% of the national raised revenue. So then as we even put this discussion to stage, then we need to have that context that whatever that goes to the 47 counties is a partly 10.4 of the national raised revenue to advance the 14 devolved functions. We had a wage conference in 2024 that gave us clear statistics on what there is in terms of the allocations for the personal emoluments. And the wage bill conference told us 7.4% of the shareable revenue of the counties is actually goes directly to personal emolument. Give or take, even if it's a 15% from the last audited account, then what remains for the devolved functions, the 14 functions, is partly 7.6%. So if we really have to speak about corruption, we must put numbers on the table.
So it is a problem.
It is a problem. No. What I'm saying is, when you talk about corruption, then we need to put numbers so that even as the Auditor General does her duty in terms of accountability and the like, then the nation needs to know the number of the resources or the actual resources that goes to development that is prone to corruption.
Okay.
7.4 straight goes to PE. Nobody can touch that money. 7.6 is what remains for the 14 devolved functions. We're going to be genuine to speak about 7.4% of the 14 devolved across the 14 counties, whereas the center holds 90%, but nobody speaks about it. We must be cautious, and the Constitution has given us independent commissions that are supposed to be actually doing this. And corruption is corruption. The reason that I'm putting the numbers is even you as the media people, you must be able to know what actually, when you speak about corruption, then to what extent, what data is in that corruption. So you speak about 7.4, 7.6 that goes to devolved functions. From the counties you come from, do children still go to schools? ECD? I tend to believe they do. If you look at what data was this year, counties have constructed in excess of 5,900 ECDs. We have equipped hospitals across with a total of close to 135 billion from that 7.6. So as we speak this, and I need this, and I wish that there could be actually a conversation with the national government and the county government so that we put this context. So in a nutshell, I want to say that corruption is a national disaster, must be spoken, but as we do this, then we need to put numbers into context so that we can be able to tell the public what is happening. Out of the 7.6, I tend to believe there is a transformation across all the sectors in this country in as far as devolution is concerned.
Let's take a break at this point. Mary Muiti is the CEO of the Council of Governors. We're having a conversation around the state of devolution. It's coming out clearly corruption is one of the big issues. We'll come back and look at absorption of these development funds and see where they're actually going. And even as we do that at 23 minutes to 8 o'clock, let's look at why every time you get a crazy deal, you may not be able to finance it. If only you had the cash right now. Maybe somebody's offering you a great deal, or maybe there's a dent in your funds and you're not quite sure how to get hold of that chance. Well, let me loop you in. The Loop Quick Loan makes sense. It's not just about emergencies. It's also about grabbing opportunities before they disappear. It's simple. Open your Loop app, go to the Grow tab, type Quick Loan, apply, and money hits your phone in minutes. No paperwork, no bank visits, and no stress. You get up to 100,000 shillings and you repay within 30 days. It is completely transparent and easy to access with fair interest rates and no hidden fees. So whether life is hitting you unexpectedly or an opportunity is knocking at your door, you don't need to wait. You just need to go ahead and loop it. Remember, send us a screenshot of what you've done with your application. Send it to us on our DMs and we could extend you 5,000 shillings to meet that need that you have right now. It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Download Loop today.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Muda, landlord amenipea deadline ya leo. Salon nayo imechelewa. Junior amekuwa msik. Yani drama iko kila mahali.
Bro, wacha pressure. Loop iko na quick loan, unaweza get straight to your phone. That's right. You can now sort out unexpected expenses with a new quick loan on Loop. Borrow up to 100,000 shillings and repay within 30 days. No paperwork, straight to your phone. Simply go to Grow on your Loop app and click quick loan to apply.
Na imeingia. Landlord pewa yako. Stress toka hapa.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Download Loop today. Loop is regulated by the Central Bank.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
9 o'clock. Mary Mwiti is the CEO of the Council of Governors. She's here with us this morning, and we look into the state of devolution. Of course, Dennis still wants to know why we're going back to Homa Bay for the devolution conference this year. It seems that a lot seems to be happening in Homa Bay, but maybe we'll touch on that just a little bit later. In terms of absorption, the Auditor General herself has talked about the fact that she has seen some issues in terms of absorption. In terms of then what has happened. And unfortunately, we've seen a number of governors up for impeachment or up by the EACC in terms of what they've done with funds. But let's look a little bit more at the Auditor General and her worry or the queries that have been raised in terms of how these funds are absorbed. Well, of course, we do know that counties have also been up in arms quite regularly from the Council of Governors, talking about the fact that the disbursement of funds is a hurdle towards actually seeing devolution live out. Because I cannot have a year of budgeting and then you open the window for which the funds come to me a month before the year ends. Exactly. Of course, my absorption rate is going to look pathetic at best. So, are we saying that from the center, which you've mentioned, there is an issue and that we would see that devolution fails because of the rate at which funds are dispersed from Treasury?
Despite the late disbursement of funds from Treasury, I tend to believe that counties have done a lot in terms of bridging the gap.
But is it an issue, CEO?
It is a serious issue because you can't talk about absorption without timeously release of resources. Those two cannot be put on one table. If you talk about absorption, then you must live by the tenets and the principles of the Constitution, which spells out that each and every month, 15th specific of each year, subsequent month, then disbursements must be done to the counties. What have we seen lately? Is even 4 months delays in terms of disbursement to counties. And for that reason, you cannot commit what you do not have. And remember our accounting principles that has, we are now moving from cash to accrual to cash basis. I tend to believe this is going to change the narrative. But before, it was accrual basis of accounting. You could not account for what you have not spent. And for that reason, if there is delay in disbursement for 4 months, then you have nothing to absorb. But what have we seen with the independent commissions? When the disbursement is done today, the next day, the control of budget releases the report on absorption of resources at the account level. If your start of resources for 4 months, where would you commit from? I think it's a question that all of us, whether you're an accountant or just a layman, then can be able to explain. So we cannot put the context of absorption without addressing the issues of timelessly release of resources to the county governments. And I want to confirm that counties have suffered ordinance delays in terms of these releases, because you realize that in a household, you have people that are working for the national government whose salaries are never delayed, even a single day. But you have a spouse who is working in the county, and because the releases have not come for 4 months, then there is no salary for that. So you realize that they can even bring some social, aspects and challenges in that. So as we do this, I want to request that as we move forward, there has to be deliberate attempt and concern that National Treasury releases resources to county government timelessly as prescribed in the Constitution.
Mary, this seems to be a perennial issue since the start of devolution. There is always this back and forth from the counties and with the national government. At the Council of Governors level, have you then considered either legal or institutional reforms that then will ensure that we have a timely, predictable funding for counties? Because this has always been an issue, and governors keep saying, we call for Treasury to do this, we are calling on the national government to release funds. It's almost like begging, but it's in the Constitution.
Very true.
So at the Council of Governors, when you're having these discussions, are you then looking at, like I said, going legal, or then instituting reforms to make sure that you have timely?
To be very honest, and from where I sit, I'm not an accountant, but once a budget has been passed, there is allocation for each and every sector. Mm-hmm. And if there is that commitment, then I don't see the reason as to why National Treasury should not be releasing resources to county governments timelessly. Because why do we do budgeting? We do budgeting for purposes of predictability, not a knee-jerk reaction. So if you have set aside 415 for county governments, and a schedule has been attached when you're passing a DORA, then I don't see or have a reason why National Treasury should be delaying a disbursement to counties. And for that reason, that's why we say there has to be commitment by the national government to actually uphold and ensure that devolution works. You have asked whether the Council of Governors would consider a legal provision. First and foremost, the Constitution allows for 3 C's: consultation, collaboration, and cooperation in all activities, because as much as we say that devolution, we have 2 levels of government that are distinct but interdependent. We have had this conversation over and over again, and I want to confirm that there are court pronouncements in as far as timely disbursement is concerned. And the courts have actually pronounced that by every 15th of the subsequent month, then counties must be able to receive their monies.
But they don't.
You know what happens? We have this big brother syndrome across this country. That they have the power of the past to do whatever they want.
Do you get reasons why they delay?
We are always told that the fiscal space is constrained, which I don't think so. And I can't say that there is tentative explanation why there are delays in terms of resources. And that's why I'm saying that we must be able to put institutions to account. If a budget has been passed, the only issue for the National Treasury is just to disburse. And that's why we've called for reforms for the National Treasury not to be an entity of the national government, but a National Treasury that serves the 2 levels of government. So because if there are limited resources, then what happens at the National Treasury is that the other arm of government is touched so that they can fund the national government functions. So I think there's still a lot that needs to be done, and of course reforming some of these institutions so that they don't become just an institution that serves one level of government. And I said, for development and spurring of economic growth, then you must ensure that the lower levels is working.
So when you talk about utilization of funds and the delay of the same, one thing that we've seen take place for a very long time is at times counties almost grant to a halt, and usually you have the IBEC meetings chaired by the Deputy President that in one way or the other open up the opportunities for counties to continue operating. But then even while at it, the President will be there. Perhaps one would hope these are some of the conversations that he would address. Are you having the discussion with the President as the executive executive in terms of ensuring that Treasury, because the appointing authority, releases these funds. But that notwithstanding, there is also the issue of on-source revenue. And the counties have been accused of not collecting up to par, because they're talking about counties should collect around 260 billion based off reports, but they're doing around 100 billion. So why aren't the counties collecting as expected of them, and how then would we tweak all these open taps and ensure that counties themselves are able to operate with the funds that they collect themselves?
Thank you very much. One of the things that I want to say is putting systems and structures for the last 13 years is not an easy thing. It is a continuous process. We have national government that has existed for the last over 60 years, but still we hear shortfalls in terms of revenue collection by the collector. That is the KRA. So what do I want to say? What do I want to say is we have systems, continuously growing systems and structures that would be able to ensure that we collect revenue as envisioned. And I want to say one of the areas that will bring to cushion the deficit from the shareable revenue is actually own source revenue. We have counties that have already fully automated their services, and you've seen considerable growth in terms of revenue share. As a specific county is Muranga, that has fully automated their services. And from 300, right now they are collecting 1.3 billion yearly. Many counties are actually in this trajectory. And if you look at our state of devolution address, we have actually enhanced own source revenue by 18%, which is a growth over a year. And I tend to believe there is a deliberate attempt by all the counties to ensure that there is enhanced collection of own source revenue. So this is still Denny's work in progress, and I want to say that 13 years into doing this, you know what it is actually in terms of setting systems and structures for the government. So there is still a lot that needs to be done, but then counties are deliberate. I can confirm by the state of devolution address that at 18%, it's considerable actually progress from what was. If you look at Homa Bay County, they've done extremely very well in terms of own source revenue. And that's why we have at the Council of Governors knowledge hub that is called Marifa Center. Marifa Center is a knowledge hub in this region and beyond that is housed by the Council of Governors. It's actually a product of the Council of Governors, where we document these best practices, ensure that we replicate the same in all other counties. Some of these transformative change that you are seeing is actually out of this. So this is something that you are championing over and over to ensure that counties are able to generate enough resource revenue, own source revenue, and of course be able to seal all loopholes for purposes of ensuring that we raise the same. But as I said again, timelessly release of disbursement is something that would call out over and over again until they hear, so that we can be able to serve all the citizens of this country equally. We do not have people that prescribe to the national government and county governments. We all serve one person.
Indeed. Mary, as you talk about how one county, you've given the example of Muranga, and we've seen that often and across board. So a structure has been set up and it's been followed. And maybe we'd be able to point out 2-3 other counties that would then be the best performing because they have the structure. But then why can't we see this replicated across board? So it doesn't seem to me like it's a structure issue. It seems like it's a personality issue. Who is driving the development or devolution agenda at the counties matters. So if everybody's heading in one direction, it sounds to me like you need somebody in the place who's going to ensure that the already provided structure is going to be utilized to the best of its capacity, in efficacy, in efficiency, in all of this. Do you think that the right people are driving the agenda at the moment?
Yes, I want to confirm that we have the right people at the helm. Remember, these people are not just...
We're talking about governors.
Yes. They are competent across, and these are people's choice. Okay. So we can't actually speak of anything else in terms of personality, because these are the people that actually chose them.
So if that's the case,
each and every context, they're actually competent in what they do, because this is a people's choice.
Then
so
we shouldn't have one county standing out over the other. If that's the case, and everybody's competent to do their job, and we've already established that the processes and the structures exist, then everybody should be out-achieving the other.
One county in terms of its own source revenue. There are other counties that are doing best in other areas. across the 14 devolved function. But what do I want to say? Own source revenue is something that has been prioritized. And that's why in this year's Devolution Conference, we actually popping out this innovation as one that should be replicated across the counties. I have said if you look at the statistics and data for the last 13 years, where counties were in terms of own source revenue from the former municipal councils and the like, each and every county has actually considerably increased their own source revenue. It is still work in progress, and that's why we are saying any innovation that is working across a county then should be replicated in other counties, and that's why I said Marifa Center exists to ensure that we replicate these best practices in innovation across other counties. Yet it's still work in progress, and we have a policy that has been adopted in terms of own source revenue and the parameters that should be put in place across all the 47 counties in terms of enhancing own source revenue.
I want to go back to the functions that are still being held by the national government. And one would ask, if you look at the functions, functions follow resources or resources follow function, whichever you want to look at it. And one would argue that these functions that ought to be fully devoted to the county government are being held by the national government because of the resources attached to them. Is that the case? And if that's the case, then how is the Council of Governors ensuring that these functions finally get to come to the counties as described by the Constitution?
You know, this country actually operates within principles and tenets of the Constitution of this country. It is extremely very explicit on how resources must follow functions. 13 years into doing devolution, I don't see the reason as to why the national government should be holding functions at the center, whereas we have functional 47 county governments. There was a transfer of functions on the 16th December 2024, but what we're seeing right now is all those functions that have been devolved by a Gazette notice on the 16th, their resources are still being held at the national government. Then you ask the question back, why would you devolve functions and then you retain resources at the center? And that's why I said that there has to be a candid conversation about actually devolution and, of course, advancing the same. If you look at our clamor for this DORA, we had actually gone ahead and done kind of an analytical survey in terms of what these MDAs were holding in as far as those devolved functions are concerned. And that's why the Council of Governors proposition was you have to give us not less than 534 billion so that they actually account for the functions that were devolved, whose functions have already been budgeted for at the national government. We will continue doing this, but remember, the formulation of this country in terms of resource allocation and the like lies with the National Assembly. They have actually the power of the purse. So they allocate resources depending on how they view, perception, and of course in terms of, I don't know the parameters that they use. But if you're genuine enough, because one of the things that I keep on saying is politics has come of age. We have governors that are MPs, and you will be shocked and surprised the stories that they give us. When issues of county governments were fronted in the National Assembly, they would jump and say that there are no resources that we are transferring again to the counties and the like. So now that we come full cycle, then we need to be able to actually pass laws that are for posterity and not prescribing us at that point, and of course ensuring that in terms of resource allocation, because the Constitution is very clear, then we look at it holistically so that you're able to allocate resources equitably so that each and every unit is actually accommodated and resourced equitably. And that's why this year's devolution, we would want to talk about the third day, financing for equity and inclusion. To what extent do we have these institutions allocating resources equitably? Because if you look at what is happening, issues of unemployment, issues of unequal distribution of resources, economic disparities, climate-led vulnerabilities, all these requires resources. And we cannot have a conversation around equity and inclusion if we do not have a candid conversation about financing equity and inclusion. And that's why I would call out everybody in this country to register for this year's Devolution Conference so that you can have this candid conversation coming out from the people and not from the policy makers. I said that this year's conference is actually a conference with a difference, because the side events are partner-led, not government-led. And that's the first day we will be talking about issues of good governance. To what extent is public participation taken to what extent is civic education advocated, and of course ensuring that we speak about tenets and principles of good governance in advancing devolution. Number 2, day 2, we will be talking about human rights and social justice. We would want to know the extent and to which civic rights and political rights are actually embraced in this country. To what extent social rights are advanced in this country, economic rights, and the like, so that we can be able to have candid conversation about social justice holistically from the voices and the masses of the voices of the masses. The third day, we will be discussing issues about financing, equity, and inclusion, where we'll be candidly speaking about equitable allocation of resources. Why do we still have marginalization this time and age? Why won't we have resources that are actually transferred according to the areas, and of course to be able to generate economic growth across all the corners, because all of us believe and of course are citizens of this country. So this year's Devolution Conference is a conference with a difference, because the policymakers will sit down and the people, institutions, private partners, civil society will speak to us in as far as the context that I've given is concerned. Yeah.
All right. What are we expecting on coming back, even as we wind down this conversation? Because usually we go for conferences, we sit down and we have the conversations, but then you have to go back essentially to the office and get the work done. What's to guarantee that these things that will be discussed will actually be implemented fully?
I want to confirm for the last 8 devolution conferences, I said, because this is not actually the activity of the Council of Governors, we just stage ourselves as the horse that champions this. It is a multi-sectoral, because in the planning, we involve all the stakeholders across this country, civil society, national government, private sector, and the like. So what is expected is after the communique and the resolutions are read out, we go back and draw out a matrix of implementation. And that matrix of implementation involves actors across that are responsible for certain sectors and specific issues that have been generated. So what we do soon after the conference is, once we draw the matrix, we convene all the stakeholders again on a table, and we agree on how to chart way forward into implementing the resolutions that the people have prescribed themselves to. In this year's devolution, one of the things that we do on the first day is to read out the status update of the implementation of the previous devolution conference. Out of the 36 resolutions that were arrived at, I want to confirm on this TV show that all of them have been implemented by various sectors, and with data that backs it. We realized that from last year when we opted for the biannual, we said that data has actually to inform each and every resolution, and you'll see a difference in terms of what we will be projecting. So for that reason, the 2 next years will be actually action to ensure that we implement the voices of the masses in as far as the 3 spectrums are concerned. So I call out every person to register. We have extended the registration call as a result of public demand to 8th. So the registration is open up to 8th. We will be issuing badges and the collection of badges from the 9th to the 12th. So please come and collect so that you are timelessly seated in the devolution conference, and register before 8th. August.
Mary Muiti is the CEO of the Council of Governors, has been here talking the state of devolution. Thank you for being here this morning. While conversations continue, it's 9:01.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. At least 5 people, among them an infant, died after their vehicle was involved in a grisly road crash at Mbaruk area in Gilgil along the Nairobi-Nakuru highway. Nakuru County Traffic Officer Alan Ogola said the Monday evening accident involved 3 vehicles with all the 5 victims on board, 1 private car. Now, police said the driver of a Toyota Fielder was overtaking a fleet of vehicles but was caught up before he got back to his lane, colliding head-on with a saloon car. After the collision, the driver of the Toyota Fielder lost control of the vehicle and rammed into a trailer, a Mercedes. Due to the impact of the clash, all the 5 occupants, including a male infant, 2 female adults, and 2 male adults, died on the spot. Juja MP George Koimburi is expected in court today for pre-trial directions in a case where he's charged with stage managing his abduction. The lawmaker has been hospitalized since May when he claims to have been abducted and tortured by people believed to be undercover police officers. The MP has been charged alongside 6 others, including Juja Constituency Development Fund Chairman Peter Kirato Muhia and Kanyenya Ini MP Grace Nduta Wairimu. SEDRA has urged the Trans Nzoia County Government to comply with the Employment and Labour Court order issued on July 3rd, enabling the 3 suspended CECs to return to office. SEDRA Director Samuel Kobia said despite the order issued by Justice Morino Nyango, the CECs have not been allowed back.
Mawaziri wamerejeshwa ofisini, wamenyimwa magari, wamenyimwa ofisi. So nataka kuuliza, impunity imetoka kwa nani? Maana sheria ni kwamba tunatii kotini, tunaobey all orders ambayo imetoka kotini. So tunaitisha waweze kutii sheria yoyote ambayo imetoka mahakamani, kwa sababu tunachohitaji ni kila mtu aweze kutii sheria.
There, Boniface Wanyonyi of Finance, Julia Kichwen of Public Service and Jackson Mboka of Infrastructure and Works. The Western Region Police Command has directed DCP Deputy Leader Cleophas Malala to report to the DCI Kakamega branch office before Friday this week to register a report on the incident of the helicopter landing he was piloting at the Mumias complex. The incident happened on Saturday during secondary school games between Musingu and St. Joseph's Kitale. Police Commander Asa Mahmood said the landing of the helicopter during the break put the lives of teachers, students and fans at risk.
In the full view of the miners, the teachers, national officials and members of the public, it was not an emergency landing and it was not an accident. This was reckless, self-serving publicity orchestrated by a non-politician, Cleophas Malala, who sought nothing more than political mileage and personal glorification at the expense of the safety and well-being of our children and our citizens.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
people in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
Managed to do it again today. It's 9 minutes after 9 o'clock, 7 after 7, 8 after 8, 9 after 9.
The numbers are saying something.
The numbers are telling us something. We need to check into this just a little bit and see what's up. So we get into it, and as the numbers are speaking, I guess you've got some numbers that are talking too.
Well, the numbers. 1st of August, 31st of August. What are we talking about? It's the Safaricom deal. And this August, you get a Safaricom home fiber internet connection. Enjoy double speeds with 25% discounts on different packages. So you have bronze, silver, gold, and diamond plans. That welcome package comes with a free router and 0 installation fee. So the reason you need to stay connected is, one, you are going to enjoy not just super speeds, but you're also going to enjoy reliable speeds, fast home internet, whether you're gaming, you're streaming videos, you are playing music, online working, or high-speed web browsing. So all you need to do is just simply dial *400# or visit my Safaricom app to get connected today. Remember, the offer is only valid to new customers and runs started 1st of August and runs all the way to the 31st of August. Feels good to be home with Safaricom Home Fiber.
Indeed. And again, I said I'm going to put you into the loop with something. There's a certain kind of stress that hits when the bills are due, and then you start to sweat, and then all kinds of things happen to you. In fact, if you were taken to hospital, somebody would think there was something wrong with you, and then your doctor would ask, tell me what's going on in your life. And if you did, he would say, this is not a physiological problem, perhaps a psychological one. Well, you know what? You don't have to worry too much, because there's an option for you when you think that, not when you think, but you know that something is urgent. It could be for school, it could be for rent, it could be, that deal where something just has to click. What I want you to do is go to your Loop app today. You then go to the Grow tab. You then click on, Quick Loan. Quick Loan is that you don't have to worry about paperwork. You don't have to worry about long queues. You don't have to worry about traveling halfway across the country to get things done. You click and you get up to 100,000 shillings at a very low interest rate, hidden fee, charge free, and you don't have to worry about whether somebody is trying to throw you into the woodwork. How does it work? It's very simple. Go do the things that I said, and you don't have to worry about forms or queues, and very fair interest rates. You don't need to fall into the trap of predatory lending either. You see it and you get it. It is what it is, and you get the option right when you need it most. So the next time you need a financial boost, do not panic, just Loop it. And remember, take a screenshot of what it is that you've done on your Loop app this morning as you apply for the Quick Loan, and send it to us, SpiceFM KE, across our DMs. We could extend you 5,000 bob today, and it's going to help you get through that issue that you needed the loan for in the first place. Remember, it's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it and download the Loop app today. All right, we get into a conversation this morning around empowerment and the different issues that we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks, over the last couple of months. Political goodwill, donation, or empowerment. Joining us are two members of the Senate. Joe Newton is the senator from Raniar County, first time in the hot seat in the Situation Room. Senator, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well, I thank God, and I'm happy to be here.
Karibu Sana, thank you for honouring this invitation. Also joined by Senator Samson Chirarge, the Senator for Nandi County, in my favourite colour this morning. Good morning, Senator.
Morning.
You got the brief?
Maybe.
Maybe
yes, maybe no.
How are you doing?
Fine.
Karibu Sana.
Yeah, I think I should be a fellow panelist because I normally come, so I...
We need to get you a badge or something.
Yeah,
at the very
something
least.
like that. Unlimited access to
such
the
things.
show.
Thank you for being here as well.
Thank you.
As we get into this conversation this morning, let's welcome you with today's proverb. Dennis is going to share that. We would love to get your interpretation, both of the same.
Yes, one thing that is also unlimited is the proverbs.
Okay.
Yes, and our proverbs now come from South Africa. Beautiful country, one must say. But let's go straight to the proverb. If you forget yesterday's tears, you'll cry again. How do you interpret that, Senator Chirarge?
If you forget
yesterday's tears, you'll cry again.
You must be in all seasons to survive.
Yeah,
I think it is the survival tactic. Yeah.
Newt, how would you go about it?
Well, for me, I think I would think that if I didn't learn what made me cry yesterday, then I'm likely to make the same mistake and cry again. So for me, it is I should learn, remember what made me cry yesterday so that I can avoid it today.
Okay.
Interesting perspectives.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, so as we get into this morning, over the last couple of months now, we've been seeing a drive towards empowerment development across the country. And then we are asking the question for Kenyans are saying, first of all, in terms of, sustainability and longevity of this thing, how long will it last? And is this what we're looking at, whereby it has a political tag to it? Or is the country actually in the place where you're able to go through the next stages of economic empowerment and development for the people of Kenya? We'll start with you, Senator Nyutu. With what we've seen as the empowerment drives, are we looking at empowerment for Kenyans, or are we looking at political aspirations?
Thank you, Duke. I think for me, this is not actual empowerment. For me, I think these are just political campaigns, clothed as empowerment, because you come to think of this empowerment where nobody will tell you about any budgetary, allocation to it. And nobody will, issue any checks. It's always in cash. And when we ask, we are told that those that are supposedly, empowering our people are very generous people. But they hold rallies, and if you have observed them, in this empowerment agenda and meetings, they'll of course talk a lot of politics, and majorly the object of ridicule and hate is Rigathi Gachagua and others, and then finally, of course, now they'll say that they are giving women groups some money. We have had media reports of some ladies who said that one of them were actually asked to share 2,000 Kenya shillings amongst them, and the figure they were getting was negligible and meager, and this is after spending a whole day and sometimes being forced to sing for them. But for me, basically, it's the politics that is done during these meetings. It's a lack of a clear policy on where we get these funds. How we are supposed to, these funds are supposed to empower these, especially women, and the sustainability is also a question that all of us should be asking ourselves. And the other thing that concerns me is the amounts that are spent while, to facilitate delivery of these funds. because of course there are choppers that land in such a place in big numbers. There are many high-ranking government officials going to such functions, and there are some very many other questions because you'll see like the Speaker of the National Assembly, for example, joining such a group, and of course taking sides in the political messaging that will happen there, and of course nailing some people. And so sometimes you ask yourself about the impartiality, of course, of the Speaker of the National Assembly, and there are very many questions if you ask me. So for me, it's not actually empowerment, it's politics. It's just a political platform that they are creating in order for them to be able to further their political agenda. But as of empowerment, no, because in the Constitution we have some very clear ways on how to empower youth and women. Women Enterprise Fund, the Youth Enterprise Fund. I think for me that is what we should be enhancing, and not dishing cash in big amounts of money.
Okay.
Yeah, there are very many questions that we could ask ourselves.
Senator Sharage, how would you deem the empowerment drives that we've seen in the country over the last few months?
Thank you, and good morning to all our listeners and viewers, and it's always a pleasure to be here. I think this is a very interesting topic because politics of empowerment did not just start the other day with all of us. It started with Mzee Jomo Kenyatta with the spirit of Harambee. Anybody who tell you, a politician who tell you that they don't do politics of empowerment is lying through the teeth. Because even as we talk, I can assure you, between Newton and myself, we have so many WhatsApp groups of hospital bills, medical bills, funeral expenses, school fees, among others. That's part and parcel, including even bridal showers and weddings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, people are fundraising for weddings.
Bridal showers?
Sometimes. But that is the story of another day.
Okay.
But the point I'm trying to make, even weddings, people do fundraisers for weddings, and it is nothing new. Politics of empowerment are here with us, and it means all of us in one way or another are trying to be part of the society that was built on Harambee spirit by our founding fathers, led by Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. And the only issue which our opponents of politics of empowerment has never told us is to accuse us of any financial misappropriation. Because what Senator Newt would tell us that 2,000 does not mean a lot is very unfortunate statement.
For 31 women?
2,000 to an individual. I can tell you those women who are selling Sukuma Wiki and the border guys don't make a profit of 2,000 a day. Even some of if you go to Kenol in Muranga, the small capital per day of a Sukuma Wiki seller in Kenol's town center or in Mugoiri, they will give you, that is 500 to 1,000 shillings. So for many people who do not believe that we have life changing, because in any case, the fundraising or empowerment that is done is for the groups. So these people who have gone and subdivided to individuals, if the groups get, I saw in another group that average of 50,000. If you're somewhere in Nandi, somewhere in Mgwen, and you are doing rearing of chicken or even or sheep or cow, you can start off with a particular beginning. And you have to note that most of these they have also started doing. I saw the member of Saboti and the other day the member of Kabuchai hosting similar empowerment. I have seen Senator Nyutu and his boss, whenever they go to a church, the church makes a request that we have this shortfall. I normally see them declaring an amount of money. So they say who comes to Equity must come with clean hands. So you cannot be accusing, then you are doing the same thing. So what we are just doing is that it is not that we have much. By the way, giving or being generous does not mean you have much. It means you want to share the little you have. And that is what we are doing in these programs. Most of these choppers is talking about, most of the donations that we give out are personal contributions, the way we normally do. Even in Parliament, we normally have similar causes. We have colleagues being invited to attend functions, to do Harambes for their local churches. I have never seen anything, and even the speakers of both houses are normally the guests of most of the members of Parliament, although in many cases, and therefore And if you want to accuse some of the speakers who are government officials, if you look at their messaging, it's about unity, it's about cohesion, it's about togetherness, about bringing the nation together. So it's not a forum shopping for political discourse.
Senator Cherargei, to be honest, would you be willing to share what you earn in a month as a senator?
I share daily.
How much do you earn as a senator?
Of course, it is there. SRC has put it, but because you have taken mortgage and loan,
yes.
Some of us do other businesses. You know, anybody who tell
no, we're just looking at salary. We're just looking at salary. But salary of a senator.
Of course, the salary is there, but some of us have taken mortgage. Maybe me, I have taken mortgage. I don't know, which is around 40 million, and then you have a few loans here and there. So it doesn't. The contribution you give doesn't tie up with the salary you earn.
But
I don't think so.
So if you have a mortgage, you're paying for this mortgage, and every weekend you are dishing out 2 million.
But you have to, Dennis, you have to rectify it based on your strength.
But it's okay, based on your strength.
Yeah, financial strength. Personally, I don't give out that much.
I'm not referring to you directly. I'm just referring to, generally speaking, the composition of these people who are giving out this empowerment money every weekend. You're looking at a salary of a senator or a member of parliament with all the other obligations. And we keep hearing the president has given to 3 million. So and so has given 1 million. Another person has given 4 million. Another person has given 5 million. Every weekend. There was actually a splash the other day, I think it was yesterday, where it was detailing how much these individuals have been giving. And there's one that has given 145 million Kenya shillings so far in terms of donations. So the question is, where is the source of this money? Is it directly from your profits, from your business? If it's a personal donation, where is this money coming from?
Then that is the reason it's called personal donations. It's based on what you have. And most of these individuals that give out that money have been people who are older than all of us in this room. They have been doing their businesses. You don't expect them to give 100,000 like Senator Cherargei, for example, because they do their own businesses. It's not tied to the salary. The personal donations that many individuals give, including the president and the deputy, is based on the businesses they have done. These are people who have been in public service. They have been doing businesses. They have friends. Personally, whenever I have a fundraiser in my home county, for example, a church home, I normally approach colleagues, including Senator Newt, although maybe I'll approach him after this show. But on several occasions, he knows, even in our private launch where members, I'm having a fundraiser in this weekend, and we ask, can you give me something, 50,000, 10,000, 100,000? So when I go and give out a $500,000 or $1 million, mostly it's sometimes you fundraise from friends who are courteous enough, or even you, or any sometimes. So these are individuals. But Senator, and you know that it depends with the type of friends you have.
I want to bring in Senator Newton here because this is a little bit different from what we see. Because we see a deliberate effort to go to different parts of the country.
Can I rectify before he comes on board?
Of course, I'll give you the opportunity.
Because I can see where you are headed.
Use this context to then rectify. Because this is not a situation where Ndu needs something to bury a family member. This is very different from what we've seen in the last couple of months. What we have seen is a deliberate effort to be in a particular area and hold a baraza or hold what would be a rally or whatever the case may be, and then dole out this money where people are called upon to say what it is they have. And then we get this big kitty. So number one, again, that question, where does this money come from? And then what does this money go to? Is it a particular project in that area that's being done? Is a borehole being sunk? Is a market being erected? Is a dining hall for a school being constructed? What is being done with this money? Or is it money that is going into the hands of Kenyans? And if that's the case, one must ask the question, is it sustainable? When we talk about economic development and empowerment, is this method sustainable? Senator Newton?
Thank you, and I think allow me to first address some of the issues that my colleague and friend Senator Cherargei has raised. And you have put it bright that this empowerment is very different from fundraising, because like you have brightly put it, we fundraise when there is a particular cause that somebody has a problem. There is some bureau preparations. There are some bureau preparations happening, or something like that. Somebody has not been able to raise fees, and so people come together, and not just politicians. I mean, many other people come together. In this empowerment, you are not going to see anybody else other than politicians. You not see a CEO from a particular company coming to this particular empowerment, and so it cannot be a fundraiser, as Senator Cheralge wants everybody to believe. A fundraiser is a situation where everybody in the society is invited, and they contribute according to their ability. And so Senator Cheralge is very economical with the truth. And when he says that there is no financial misappropriation that we have been able, those of us that are against this, that we have been able to put across. But how? We know how this mischief is done. How is it done? Allocate more money or more funds to security agencies, because they are not, as by law, you cannot audit or question expenditure. There is what we call confidential, like in Interior, Ministry of Defense, and that is where this money is coming from, of course. And by law, nobody will audit these funds because they are confidential. Senator Cheralge also played around with the question of 2,000 Kenya shillings. It was not 2,000 Kenya shillings for each member of this women group. It was 2,000 Kenya shillings, according to that particular media report, shared against 31 women. And so I think it's good to get the facts clear. The other thing that we must remind Senator Cheralge is that no empowerment. We have not seen any checks being issued. I mean, it's always in cash carried in bags. And you and me know that if you go to the bank today, your account, if you have to withdraw like 1 million Kenya shillings, you'll have to do a lot of paperwork and explain exactly what you want to do with that kind of cash. But they carry cash in bags. Millions. And you'll find, like the deputy president, for example, you'll find him, attend a particular empowerment program, then take a chopper, go to another place, contribute the same kind of money, 2-3 million, 2 from him, 2 million from 3 million from the president. I mean, just how do we get this cash? Can we get any trail on where this cash is withdrawn? With these accounts, where does this money come from? Because, of course, I mean, if I have some cash, I must have withdrawn it. Can we be able to get the banks from which they withdraw? Because we must be truthful to Kenyans who follow this, because Kenyans are smart and they know you cannot possibly be able to withdraw like 10 million Kenya shillings in a day from your account. And if that happens, there must be that trail. Then when Cheralge says that messaging is about unity, is about bringing people together in these particular programs, I mean, we have seen the messages. We have listened to the messages. The other day, the Speaker of the National Assembly was addressing some members. I don't remember which county, but was challenging the Kalenjin community members to protect the president because it is his son, and he is under threat from some other people, of course, referring to some other people. I mean, there's some other people referring to the people from the mountain and that kind of thing. And when Senator Cheralge again tells you that people are contributing as per their strength, it is not true. We have seen every member, just a minute, we have seen every member of parliament in that kind of in those gatherings. When it's 100, everybody is 100,000 Kenya shillings, 100,000 Kenya shillings. No. Most of them, depending on seniority. Of course, Kimani Ichung'wah will contribute more because he's senior, but for the ordinary members and the senators like us, it will be 100,000, everybody 100,000. Nimechanga 100. That kind of thing. So, but anyway, Dennis was asking something.
I've been attending those empowerment. So Kinyutu should be asking for point of information. No, he should be asking, because I have sat there. He has never been there. What he's consuming is through media. Personally, when we went to Lukuyani before he concludes his point, there are members who contributed 50, 20, 10. You know, it is always good to be. He's saying I'm economical to truth, but he's making it worse. He's more scarce with the truth because he should have been said. I agree there are amounts that the president and the deputy and maybe senior leadership I agree with him. But on the issue of members giving, no, that is unfair because I have been in the forums, even I was in Kisumu, I was in...
Where you have given like 10,000 shillings.
No, there are, of course, there is like MCAs, members of MPs, as he has said, I'm trying to clarify because I've been there. He has never been there unless he understands, he attends through the spirit. And unless, by the way, what media has done is to try and audit something that is not auditable because they are trying to show the country what the president has contributed, not what Senator Cherarga has contributed, which I found it odd. Because if they wanted to do proper audit, they should give up to because when Senator Nyutu says it is only politicians who give money, he is lying. Because I've been there, even CBOs that we fundraise normally contribute to their own kitty. And then the way we share, we ensure that there is transparency and accountability. And what I suspect, because I saw that news story in one of your colleague media stations, they went and looked for a group that was not part of what we were fundraising for. I wish they would have gone to specific groups and asked us, the organizers, we did an Arambe in Lukuyani, you did an Arambe in Isiolo, you did an Arambe in Mombasa. Who are these groups? Then we can give them the groups, the names of the group. Then you go and audit because we were in Muranga the other day. And we didn't get the contribution of the area senator. I think that groups that come from Muranga would also deserve even the small or the large amount that comes from their leaders to go to them. So finally, you had asked a question. I don't know whether
although he took it away from me. Okay. Kindly, panel, I mean, our hosts, don't allow Senator Cherarga to escape. There are substantive issues that he should address. Exactly where is this cash withdrawn from? And because you are saying that people are just generous, it is important that you tell us if I can be able, and it has been raised here, if I can be able to contribute about 10 million in a week, then of course I should be able to prove or to show the source of such funds. And if it is business that I'm engaged in, it should tally with my KRA returns.
So the Senate asked these questions. Sorry, Dennis, the Senate asked these questions. If the deputy president, because again, we did see the breakdown by one of our sister stations just the other day, and the question was, if in the last 2 months, about 5 billion shillings has already been used, if the deputy president on his own, and apart from everybody else who comes in and gives their 10,000, 100,000, whatever the case may be, where is this money drawn from? And are those questions for oversight from Senate? For example, in terms of where does this money come from? If I'm in Embu today, Tharakanithi the next day, Meru the day after that. Where does this money come from?
Can I have the first bite to the cherry? One, I want to say this. You remember when Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, governor, tried to pass the Arambe law? It never succeeded. Because how do you audit an Arambe? Which legislation provides for such? So what Senator Nyutu, and I want to make him popular in this country, is to bring a proposal, a legislative intervention on how you can regulate fundraising in the country. I remember Senator Cheruiyot tried to bring that law. Then your question will be answered, because if we have legislative forum, it will allow, who will use someone, for example, to appear before the Senate to oversight on the fundraiser that has been done.
So in this
case, no police.
case,
and I wanted to answer quick before Dennis, you come. He asked something about confidential amount. When the GNC protest happened, the president directed that all confidential accounts be scrapped. And it was scrapped unless Senator Nyutu can give us evidence that confidential accounts still exist. You asked us, why were we doing this fundraiser? You remember when we tried to fundraise for the churches? The same individuals who are opposing government, including my brother here, said, why don't you go and fundraise for Mama Mboga and Boda instead of fundraising for the church? The church, God will take care of them. You remember the huge fight that we were being told, don't do, in fact, I appeared in one of the shows, one of the sister stations called Politics of Pulpit. We were being told, why are you going to church to fundraise, give 20 million? Why don't you look for groups? It is the same individuals who are accusing us. Why would you give to the church? Why don't you go to the road and do an Arambe? So I want to say, and then finally, you ask a question so that you come in, is so that I don't lose. You ask a question. why are you doing fundraiser? Where is the development? Those forums we are using to explain our development agenda. Because when we went to the church, we were being accused of hijacking the pulpit. So we wanted to look for our own forum, a more organized forum to explain, for example, the issue of affordable housing, the issue of markets we are doing in Muranga, in all the sub-counties, even in Nandi, in Mandera, the issue of affordable housing we are doing here in Nairobi, the issue of roads, you have seen the dualing of Mau Summit, all the way to Eldoret to Malaba, the issue of Mau Mau roads we are doing. You remember the president talked about the Niti Bridge yesterday that the procurement has begun today. So we use those forums too, because you're asking, what about the balls? What about the schools? What about, we use those forums to explain to our people.
But
because in politics, if you allow vacuum, these guys who are like Sanbalats will go and mislead the public. Because if you don't go and explain to what you are doing, you remember, media were asking us and Kenyans, what is government doing?
Cherargei, question is, when you talk about empowerment as is, let's look at from a policy perspective, because you form part of government.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
So here's a question where when the government was formed, we have the Hustler Fund, we have the Youth Enterprise Fund, we have the Women Fund, we have NGAF, we have the CDF. And you talk about going into these empowerments to explain about affordable housing. That is part and policy of government. That is something that can be explained on the floor of the House, both the National Assembly and the Senate. Why exactly are we engaging in these empowerment if at all we already have policies that guide how you can explain to Kenyans the policies that you are doing, and that through the laws that do exist, there is ways for this empowerment, for enriching different groups in the country can be done? Why not just follow the law?
I agree that we have, as he has said, my brother has said, we have Women Enterprise, Youth Fund, and we are now launching Nyota Fund. There is the issue of Hustler Fund, among other funds. But it is not enough for all the groups. That's the problem. We must, I can tell you where I come from, because we are leaders here and new to. Whenever you go, whenever I attend a function, you get 5 to 6 CBOs who are requesting for financial support to do their programs. So if any leader would be lying to say all the funds that we have will be sufficient enough to finance the community-based organization groups. Sorry for using the short form of CBOs, community-based organization groups. There are women groups, civic groups in those machinani. So I agree with you. There is that initiative that we have the funds that are there, but they are not enough. They are not sufficient, and that is why, it is like somebody who has been treated in an hospital and there is a bill that has been paid by insurance. Sometimes you attend a fundraiser and you are told the insurance paid this much, there is this much. So it is about supplementing the entire process. Secondly, you have said there are many forums. If we thank media, when we appear in media like this, we can use this forum to explain what government has done. When in parliament, we can do it, and any other. We are just complementing, because in politics, if they are vacuum, if you allow these gentlemen to go on the ground alone, they can mislead the public. When SHA, by the way, began, they say SHA is not working.
Which it wasn't.
When it started working, they said there were problems. But when it is now working, they kept quiet on SHA. Now they have shifted to something else. They are now talking about capitation. They'll start talking about roads. So they cannot be vacuum in politics. And that is why we go and explain to Wananchi, this is what the government is doing. And we preach also. What is important is peace and unity and cohesion. So when Senator Nyutu wants to isolate a few statements, and I don't think when the Speaker of the National Assembly said that Kenyans should be part of supporting, what he meant is that all of us should support the president to succeed. Because
he
actually mentioned the Kalenjin.
Can I clarify? The last point is he didn't say Kenyans. He actually talked to the Kalenjin community to rally and support the president.
But you have to appreciate everybody comes from somewhere. He comes from somewhere. So what he said is what one of the American presidents said. If you pray for your president to fail, you are praying for your country to. What he meant is that we need to give the president the support. He's also human. So that he works, he needs to be affirmed that you are doing a good job. It is any human being that says here. Even myself and the leader here, if you go to ground and people tell you do a good job, you will feel motivated to deliver. And that is why even you had the president yesterday on his own description that we have never had as learned president as we are having today. So those are isolated statements that our opponents would like to pick out. Because when you see even in the Saboti event, in Majimbo event, and I'm happy they are now complimenting, because we cannot cover everywhere. I hope Senator Newt will organize one in Muranga and invite the likes of SG, of ODM, although I doubt he will stay long. I know how ODM operates. Margaret Langat tried, Ababu Namamba tried. I'm telling you, Sifuna is on his way of ODM as the SG and will be dealt properly. So I hope Senator Newt will organize, instead of going to the pulpit, because even media, you need to be fair. You need to call out these gentlemen. They normally go to do pulpit politics if you have monitor, and I'm happy. Media is always objective in Kenya. I expect the Senator Newt and his friends to organize another empowerment and do it on their own way, because all these Kenyans need support.
Allow me to ask the question as you come in, Senator Newt, that is it the job? Because what we see here is members of parliament, whether it's senators, whether it is MPs, whether it's National Assembly or Senate, we see the leader of this of majority, we see the Speaker of the National Assembly, we see the Deputy President. Is it their job to do this empowerment? From what we understand, Senate is supposed to sit in a position of oversight. The National Assembly is supposed to sit in a position of legislation as well as oversight, as then representation. Do we see there is a need for this outward economic development empowerment, or are there functions by particular organizations and infrastructure that has been set up to do this very thing across board?
Thank you. I think I had attempted at answering that question even before you asked it, that some of the funds being used are coming from sources that cannot be audited, legally speaking. And although Senator Cherargei says that the confidential accounts were closed, but when there is mischief, you can always be able to say, I've closed the account, but then you are located to Interior, and then once there, you can be able to of course, do what you want with it. But even as we say that, I must say that we are told no matter is perfect. In fact, we have been struggling here. Then Senator Cherargei tells you that they decided they had to look for a forum to explain government programs, which is what I had started by saying, that it is just politics. It's not empowerment. He has said it, that why they started these empowerment programs was because they needed a forum to be able to...
Tell Kenyans what they're doing.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what he says. But I also want to remind Senator Cherargei again to claim and to think that what you're discussing here is anybody who is not in here is not privy to this, is actually to be very blind. Senator Cherargei, when you people attend these forums, we are able to follow what each one of you says, because this is the age of digital technology. So for you, I'm not trying to tell you that we are very much interested in what you do. I'm just trying to tell you that I do not have to attend one to know what is said there, that everything is covered digitally. So you cannot sit here and say that anybody who has never attended this particular fora cannot know what happens there. So this is the age of, technology. I mean, when... I'm very worried with the way Senator Cherargei is misleading listeners. When you say that, he doesn't want to tell us exactly where does this money come from. He says that you cannot audit fundraisers. We are not talking about the fundraisers. We are talking about the sources of the contributors. This person who has contributed 20 million in 1 week, exactly where? And they're in government. Exactly where does that person... I didn't interrupt you.
Sorry, I'm also asking so that I can answer.
Listen, you'll get your time to ask.
Okay.
You said so many things, some of which are not even relevant to the discussion that we are having here, including telling us what government is doing. I mean, you are talking about fundraising. But so, he wants to interrupt my line of thinking. So what we are raising is, we know the president is paid a salary of about 1.4 million Kenya shillings in 1 month. Well, he can be in business. That is not a problem. But then, if he can contribute 20, 40 million in 1 week, I mean, would he be, open and transparent enough to, to show that this is what I earned from my chicken farm, this is what I withdrew it from this particular account, and these are my KRA returns, showing that actually this is what I earned and this is what I paid, for transparency's sake. Any businessman can make those contributions without anybody asking too many questions, because this is not somebody who holds public funds or who controls public funds. Why we are asking about the sources is because the people who are doing this are people who are appropriating public funds. And that's why they should be transparent and tell us, I am Professor Abraham Kidure Kindiki. This is what I made from my business. This is what I made, I paid as tax. And that is why I withdrew this money. I withdrew from Kenya Commercial Bank. I withdrew from Cooperative Bank. And this is, that trail. So that we may stop asking questions. Because if you are a leader, you must be accountable. You must be transparent. You must account and be transparent. When you say that these are forum to explain about development, the other day Bishop Muheria told them that government cannot be an advertising agency, telling us what you do. Now they are telling us about the education that they have. And with due respect, I'm a senator now. I can tell you that it would be very hard for somebody in some offices to write a doctoral thesis and defend it. So, I don't want to refer to anybody, but some of these, even PhDs, are things we can question when people, where people, when they went to class, when they were able to defend these, these theses and projects. So let people not advertise about their abilities, their achievements. Let people guide. In any case,
I ask
Senator Cherargei,
yes, sir.
I have a question. Just following your train of thought, from where these sources of the sources of this money. If you today, Senator Cherargei, you decide you want to go to Murang'a this weekend for the empowerment program.
Yes.
My understanding of empowerment then, and I want to follow your train of thought. When you decide you're going to a particular region to carry out an empowerment program, you have the monies that you're going to contribute in mind.
Yes.
You have the people in mind. Do you do economic studies or community needs assessment when you're going to these areas and you're saying, fine, this area, this is what is going on and this is how much you need to contribute? And if you do that, do you meet people who are looking for your generosity, or they want functioning structures, training centers? They're looking for areas where they can practice their skills, or is it these monies that they really need?
Thank you very much. I think normally, and all of us understand, is whenever you meet these CBOs, they already have something in mind. They have sat, they will show you the minutes, they are registered. They say maybe they want to do avocado farming, which is predominant in Murang'a, or even milk, for example, in Nandi. So they already have something in mind, and the only part that is remaining is on the finances. Number two is they are already organizers on the ground that we coordinate. Most of these are officials of these CBOs and groups. And one of the conditions you must get is that you must be a registered CBO, so that accountability. Number three is how much, if I decide to go to Murang'a today, or to Nandi, or to Kericho, or to Mandera, or Isiolo, you have friends. So if I know I have 2 or 3 empowerments, I'll call a number of friends, sometimes colleagues in parliament, or even friends, contemporary friends that you have, and some of them contribute a certain amount. You have your own contribution. And I wanted to answer the question on source of funds. Source of funds I had tried to answer. I said, for example, the way you're asking me, if I'm going to Murang'a, if Mogoiri or somewhere in Murang'a town, or in Kiharu, or anywhere, or even Maragua, I will take a certain amount. So I believe if I have to contribute 100 or 200,000, I'll talk to friends that I have these 3 empowerments, kindly support me. That's one source of funds. Number 2 is your own ability. I am happy Senator Nyutu has mentioned something about the president's chicken farm. These are individuals who have done business over time. They have their own properties. They have their own income outside salary. For example, we can even scale it down. I know a number of you are in WhatsApp groups of fundraiser for medical expenses. Does it mean if you contribute 50,000 today, is it attached to your salary? No.
But those are not empowerment programs.
It's empowerment derives from the word Arambe spirit. That was my opening remarks. That our founding fathers taught us that we can come together. Ile ujamaa ubuntu. We can come together and support us. Unless you wonder the capitalism. We push for social. You look at the foundation of a nation. Even as when you were growing up, we used to know that when somebody is in a problem, you go and sit down and try and assist. I remember even when we were growing up, we used during a weeding season, we could come together, weed for a particular family, and then the following day we go. So it is the larger picture of how we were brought up. So another source of funds is, of course, financial ability, contemporary friends. I can assure you, and I want to dare, because, by the way, you are Senator Nyutu has more advantage than me than the three of you.
How so?
I want him to bring a statement to the floor of the House and demand that, and I want him to demand a statement asking, in these confidential accounts, which money has been removed. And even someone, he has power that the three of you don't have. Call controller of budget, call even the office of the Auditor General, so that he can tell us if there are funds that has been lost. Because you cannot be making sweeping statements just like ordinary Mama Mboga or Boda guy on the street. He should be telling this show that, I did request a statement from National Security or Finance and Budget. I wanted to know if there is existence of confidential fund, because personally it is not there. I wanted to know that this money that is being contributed, where does it come from? And I've told you, if you want a proper accountability on the issue of fundraising and empowerment programs, there is no policy or legislation that will allow Parliament today to call Senator Cherargei to appear before it and account for the money that I give in private, because those are private functions.
Such a thing should be done. Let me jump
because
off that
Professor
question.
Nyongo, if you remember, and I think somebody wanted to propose about fundraising bill so that we can give an order. You remember they were you and cry when and I don't know the 20 million that Senator Nyutu is talking, because in all the forums I have attended in empowerment, I've never listened to somebody giving 20 million. Well, unless maybe he has more information.
I talked about cumulative amounts.
Yeah.
But cumulative amount in a man.
Well, he did mention the president, and in terms of the 20 million that he's given in a church in Kasarani, another one has happened in another church in another area, which would be towards empowerment. But I want to go beyond that and talk about sustainability for a minute here, because I want to ask a question for both of you, which is one of the things that Senate, again, is tasked to do when it comes to oversight. The word that is used in this is program, and you talked about community-based organizations, and they enter into programs which are sustainable, that over time you will go to a community and you will see that the fruits of this program have been 1, 2, 3. Women, for example, who were given seed capital and they started a project, and you can actually go and see that this is going on, and you can trace, there's traceability from point A to point B. Are these actually programs? Are they sustainable beyond giving cash out? And if so, then they can be traced. And perhaps, I don't know if this is a point that you make, how do you trace something, or how do you demand accountability management for something which is not vested in any kind of record?
That's the exact problem that we have with this empowerment program, that you dish it out in cash. And one question, I don't want to ask it again, because of course Senator Cherargei will keep going around it.
Which was
which is, this source of funds, because why is it always in cash? Because this is where the problem is. Because if we were able to give checks to these women programs, for example, when you're talking about sustainability, we issue them with checks. Then, of course, they will be able to sit down and, of course, decide that we already have this amount of money in the bank. This is what we can do. Whether it's a project they had identified before or a program that they're going to identify after the funds come. So we must do things in a formal way for sustainability's sake. We must also when we talk about these particular women groups, that, for example, that come here, that attend those empowerment programs, I mean, are they registered groups? I think that is something that we need to ask ourselves. Because the much I know, I've not attended, but I've heard that I think they are just people collected to just come for these meetings. And that is why the cash is shared out amongst the people that attend. So are they exactly really registered groups who have projects that they have identified? And as you say, if we have an identified program, it should be able to be self-sustaining, because of course, if it is income generating, then this income should be able to be plowed back, some of it plowed back into the particular project to grow it even further. But when we go doing this empowerment, do we even care whether about the needs? And I'm happy Dennis had asked, is there a needs assessment before we go there, so that we can know that this particular CBO has identified a particular program? This is the amount of money that is needed in order for this group to be able to grow that particular project, in order for the project again to start generating income and plow back part of this income to grow it, so that these ladies don't have to wait for us to come for the next empowerment program. But they just identify, an area, mobilize, and go dish cash. So I put it that they are not sustainable. But if you allow me, Senator Cherargei has said that I should have been able to put a question or a statement to the Ministry of Interior to come and explain whether they still have a confidential account, and that I should not. He was referring to me when he said that I should not act just another Mama Mboga. And that is the contempt that they have for Mama Mbogas. That a Mama Mboga, for Senator Cherargei, a Mama Mboga is not educated. A Mama Mboga does not understand anything. That is why he has that contempt that anybody who has gone to school should not behave like a Mama Mboga. I want to inform him that in Muranga, there are people dealing with Mboga or cabbages who have university degrees. So maybe in his county, they are not there. And so maybe to ask him not to be that contemptuous of Mama Mbogas. They are learned people, they are smart people. But I cannot, even if I were going to put across a statement like he has said in the Senate, of course, that confidential account may not be there, and I had said that. But there is an allocation to security, to interior, which you cannot audit. So how it is appropriated is something that you cannot go and question in the Senate.
In the Senate.
Yes. So it has been allocated. It can be, spent in any particular way. So just to remind him, please respect
down, Senator Cherargei, I have to give you less than a minute to complete.
Yes, okay. Yeah. Sorry. I think time is fast. First is that, our opponents of government are running through a rumor milling process. Because I'm happy he has gone on record of this show that confidential account doesn't exist. Number two, I didn't become contemptuous against anybody. Even Mama Mboga or Boda. I said we have an advantage over, and you have been insisting on our oversight role. One of the oversight role is he is a representative that can ask and get finer details on what he's saying. That's what I meant. Mama Mboga and Boda cannot sit in parliament. They elected him to be there. Finally, on sustainability, I think we agree that, and I've told the coordinator, one of the strategists and the chief strategist, Farouk Kibet, to put in a team to ensure that we come up with a proper evaluation. And by the way, I'm happy the ideas that you are making empowerment progress, because we need to go back and evaluate and monitor and ensure there is sustainability. Finally, on the issue of, he said, need assessment. When you call for a medical bill Arambe, do you need assessment?
You can see the need.
Yes, correct. So that is the answer.
Senator, I think we're going to have to say goodbye at that point.
Thank you.
My goodness, we could go round and round the ragged rock at this point. Senators Joe Newton, as well as Senator Samson
the time is too short.
Indeed it is. Thank you for being here this morning. Definitely time that is more needed to discuss things like this because they are important.
Correct.
I want to thank you for being here this morning and for joining us in that conversation. Speaking about empowerment, if you remember that your Loop app is where you need to go if you need those quick funds, do it today. Download the Loop app on your Google Play Store or Apple App Store today. Go to the Grow tab and then click on Quick Loan. Apply for that, up to 100,000 shillings. And even as you do that, take a picture, send it to us. You could extend it 5,000 shillings. Remember, Loop is not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Do it today. Good morning at 10:01. Have a good day.
Next time to escape.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. At least 5 people, among them an infant, died after their vehicle was involved in a grisly road crash at Mbaruk area in Gilgil along the Nairobi-Nakuru highway. Nakuru County Traffic Enforcement Officer Alan Ogola said the Monday evening accident involved 3 vehicles with all the 5 victims on board on one private car. Police said the driver of a Toyota Fielder was overtaking a fleet of vehicles but was caught up before he got back to his lane, colliding head-on with a saloon car. After the collision, the driver of the Toyota Fielder lost control of the vehicle and rammed into a trailer. Due to the impact of the crash, all the 5 occupants, who include a male infant, 2 female adults and 2 male adults, died on the spot. The Western Region Police Command has directed DCP Deputy Leader Cleophas Malala to report to the DCI Kakamega branch office before Friday this week to register a report on the incident of the helicopter landing he was piloting